Check, check, check.
Pledge.
Yep, let's call this meeting to order. And hey Tim, how are you?
Hey, that was excellent technique.
Tim, would you do the honor of giving me the Pledge of Allegiance?
Of course I will.
Or leading the Pledge of Allegiance? Not giving me the Pledge of Allegiance, but leading it. Yeah.
Please stand to join me in pledging allegiance to our great country. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
No one ever called me an eloquent speaker anyway. Called me an eloquent speaker anyway.
Councilmember Brown. Councilmember Donchak. Councilmember Ward. Mayor Pro Tem Baker. Mayor Ham.
Here.
First item on the agenda is presentation of the city's fiscal year 2015 third quarter financial report.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name is Jake Ron, and I'm the Financial Services Officer for the City of San Clemente. I'm here tonight to present, or this afternoon, to present the third quarter financial report, which is the quarter ending March 31st, 2015. I'll be covering primarily the third quarter report, the general fund, and the revenues and expenditures. Here's a little bit of a historical perspective on the general fund revenues. As you can see, we have listed fiscal year 2013, 2014, and 2015. This year, 2015, we have budgeted $54.1 million, and currently at March 31st, we were at 34.3. We're at 63% of budgeted revenues, and you can see that's in line with previous years' percentages, which were 60% and 62%. A little bit more of a look at the actual general fund revenues at March 31st, 2015. Here's basically by the different categories. The biggest increase was in property taxes, and that increased from the prior year by $1.1 million. I've got another slide on property taxes, and I'll go into that. Sales taxes, I also have another slide on. Those are the two biggest revenue generators for the general fund for the city. All the others, you can kind of see, are basically in line with expectations, and additional information was in the report related to each of the changes and the different categories. So just moving on to the property tax, again, I've already said it's increased from the prior year by 1.1 million at this point. You can see 2 years ago we were at 15.2 million. Last year we were at 15.5 million, and this year we're at 16.6 million. And that's primarily due to basically a rebounding in the assessed values, and that has to deal with basically the increase in market values, and also the Prop 8, what we call the recapture or recovery of previous lost market values. Sales tax, we're basically at the same level as the previous year, again, but we're still above 2013 levels. It's been recovering, and it's essentially at the same level as last year. We're anticipating that to increase, and most of this information will be presented as part of the budget is when we get into that, or was in the budget. So, general fund expenditures at this point. You can see, like the revenues, we have the 2013, the 2014, and the 2015. Typically around this time of year, we're at 62%, and in line with that, we're also in line this year. The budget is 63.3 million, and we're currently at 39.3 million. And like the revenues, a little bit more of the detail on that is provided here. You can see most of the percentages are below 75%, which would represent the March 31st. The one that is above is transfers and debt, and that's primarily related to transfers that occurred previous to December 31st. They're basically like one-time transfers that were required to be made, so that's making it above the 75%. Unless there's any questions, I'll keep on moving.
Jake, I got one comment, though. I got to tell you, those 3-year budget to actual slides are very helpful, so I'm glad we're doing it that way. That's a nice picture presented, so thanks.
Yeah, oh, thank you. So unless there's any questions, basically to give our current or our budgeted, adjusted budget operating position for the general fund for this year, you can see it's at 0.4 million. We have operating revenues of 52.9 and operating expenditures of 52.5. Again, we're hoping for a higher projected operating position at the end of the year because we usually come in a little bit lower on expenditures than what is typically budgeted, but that's currently where our adjusted budget is at this point. There are also other parts of the quarterly report dealing with performance measures and the CIP program, which is the capital improvement program. But basically, our recommendation is to receive and file the city's fiscal year 2015 third quarter report. So unless there's any further questions, we can go ahead and really get into the meat of the items tonight.
Any other questions? Do we have any cards?
Not on that item.
Okay. Someone make a motion?
Second?
Motion by Brown, second by Doncheck. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Next item is the City Council workshop concerning the fiscal year 2016 city budget.
Before we get to the budget, I wanted to take a minute to introduce to you the new Community Development Director for the City of San Clemente. She's in the audience. I'd like to welcome Cecilia Gallardo-Daly. She's here tonight. She's going to start on May 26th, Tuesday, May 26th. She comes to us with a ton of experience working for a number of cities, most recently with the City of San Diego, where she had numerous roles in the Community Development Department. So we're really excited about having her here. Cecilia, would you like to come up and say hello?
Please step up to the gauntlet.
She's hired, that part's over.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Welcome.
Thank you, council members. I'm honored to be here. I am really looking forward to this opportunity, and I'm excited to join the team here in San Clemente. It's a real privilege. Thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome,
Thank
good to
you.
have you.
So with that, we'll start the budget process. Some of the key themes for the budget is long-term financial plan and the annual budget process contributing to the financial sustainability of the city, maintaining the city's AAA credit rating, continue to process, to fund, maintain, and improve all city facilities and infrastructure. Fiscal responsibility, balanced budget that we brought to you this evening, long-term sustainability through the LTFP, continue to maintain healthy reserves, improve our revenue throughout the city. Although revenues are continuing to recover at a slow pace, we do see the economy improving. Revenues will, I think sales tax, even though Jake showed that one slide at 4.6 million, as Marblehead comes on board and the Estrella Shopping Center comes on board, we'll start to see a pickup of sales tax revenue. With that, I'll turn it over to Eric.
You go to the next slide, please. So it's all about rainbows, and so that's why we chose this slide to go with that. So, I want to give a shout out. We have a number of pictures that are in our presentation, as well as your book that were taken by Will Budenhagen. If you can go to the next slide, please. I'm going to be very quick. What we're going to go through tonight, so Judy's going to start with the budget overview and give you a summary of the budget as it's proposed for fiscal year 2016. Then she's going to segue into department by department, giving you budget highlights of each of those departments, including some of the changes in budget enhancements, which previously we used to call them city manager approved decision packages. So she'll highlight those as well. Then we'll go into a CIP program overview by Ken Natz. And then we'll circle back and we'll begin the process of reviewing and addressing city council decision packages. And then kind of in closing, we'll get direction, you'll direct staff on those decision packages that you decide to either implement or recommend to be implemented into the budget or not, which then we'll use as a tool to put into the proposed budget and bring back to you, next slide, bring back to you at the public hearing process that we'll be having on Tuesday, June 2nd. And then, of course, I'll remind that our adoption is Tuesday, June 16th. And so with that, I'm going to go ahead and give it to Judy, our finance manager, to begin the budget overview. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Good evening, council members and Mayor Ham. Tonight, we're presenting our budget workshop to you. looking at the fiscal year 2016 budget. And so I want to start with just an all funds summary. So the total budget for all our funds is looked at 132.3 million in expenditures for the coming year and 124.9 in revenues. The difference in those expenditures exceeding revenues has to do with one-time items. So you'll hear me talk a lot tonight about capital and one-time items. It's sort of like paying for something out of your savings account as opposed to your ongoing costs. So we'll be talking a lot about that this evening during the presentation. So the all funds overview, the 132 million expenditures I just talked about. Here's the different types of funds that make up that 132 million. The general fund is by far the largest, and that's the primary operating fund in the city. Most of the city services are funded from the general fund, and we'll be focusing most on that tonight. But we do have other funds that we'll be asking you to adopt as we move through the budget process, so we don't want to forget to mention those. The second largest here, the enterprise funds at 52 million, is our water, sewer, solid waste, clean ocean, and those types of funds. So here's the general fund budget. Now the general fund represents 44% of the total citywide budget, and this is the total general fund budget. So you can see the 15 to 16 comparison. So the revenues are in the dark blue color and the expenditures are in the lighter blue. So in 16 at 55.7 million in revenues and 58.1 million in expenditures. Again, total, including one-time and capital items.
Really quick, just to point out to the council, just for your own edification, on the top right corner of every slide, we'll be including the pages that they are located within your budget book, so if you want to use that as a reference point, I apologize.
No, that's good. I'm glad you mentioned that. I meant to. So what we want to look at as well, we want to keep in mind, is the operating budget. Now, this removes any of the one-time and capital items, and this is where we talk about bringing you a balanced budget, ensuring that we're not spending more than we're bringing in on an ongoing basis. And so you can see in fiscal year 15, our adjusted budget at 52.3 million in revenues and 52.1 in expenditures. We had a small surplus there, operating position as we call it. In fiscal year 16, we're growing both in revenues and expenditures, but we still are presenting a balanced budget, 54.2 million in revenues and 53.9 million in expenditures. So this is the number that we speak about a lot, the operating position. Here's the full amount, you know, all the way down to the dollar in operating revenue and expenditures, and it leaves a general fund operating position of 389,521. And this is important because this represents only about 0.7% of our total expenditure budget. And as you know, as you budget, you're estimating in a lot of places. We don't know exactly what all our expenditures and our revenues will be, and so we're estimating. So if we are off at all in any of those estimates, this is the place where we have funding to cover that, and it's a very small amount. This is also what is used throughout the year as issues come before council and they want to fund other things, other operating costs. This is the money that we would use. And tonight you'll also be presented with some decision packages for council to think of, and this money is also what would be used to fund those. So in the past, we used to have this be at about $1 million or over, which would represent about 1.5% to 2% of our operating budget. So this has come down in years, and we would like to build this up over time. And so hopefully with the new developments coming in, we may be able to do that as we move forward. This is also what's used at the end of the year to fund one-time projects. If we complete the year at this amount, you could use this to fund other capital projects in future years. So I just wanted to explain what that is.
Judy, I got one
Yes.
question for you. In last year's budget, we predicted 52 million in expenditures for 2015, but we actually plan on spending $63 million. Where's the $11 million?
Yes, and I was going to talk about that in our next slide, actually. So if you'll see here, the actually, that's the revenue. I'll come to it. Let me just speak to it here. There's capital projects that are carried over.
If it's included, I'll wait for it. That's okay.
It'll come up in 2 slides. So here's our revenues. So we're going to look at the total general fund revenues broken out by category. So Jake talked a little bit about the third quarter, and you saw these same categories there. Taxes make up our largest amount, and then we have permits and fees, our intergovernmental service charges, and so forth. From a total basis, our revenues are going up about $1.6 million. Remember, these also include one-time items, total basis. So the reductions you see there, like intergovernmental, that was a one-time grant we received in fiscal year 15. It was a state water conservation grant. We won't receive that grant again in 16, and so therefore it looks like that is reducing. Taxes is what I want to talk the most about. That includes both our property and our sales tax. As Jake talked about in the third quarter, we are continuing to see property taxes rise, which is a very good thing. We talked about this at the LTFP. Appraised values have gone up. There's been a lot of activity in the housing market, so homes are being sold, and we're seeing the gains from those homes in our property tax values. There is a lag in when we receive the property tax. So what you'll see is that the housing market started to pick up probably a couple years ago, but now we're just starting, not just starting, but we're seeing more and more of the gains that we receive from that housing market increase start to come through into our revenues. The other thing is Prop 8 recapture. During the recession, a lot of people's home values were down, and so the assessor's office reduced those assessed values, and now those assessed values are coming back up and being recaptured, so we're seeing those gains in our revenue. The other piece in taxes that's important, Eric, or somebody talked about this, about the Marblehead revenue. So our sales tax has been rather flat over the last couple of years, but in the coming year, we're anticipating the opening of the Marblehead retail outlets. We all see it being built as we drive by every day. So we're all looking forward to that. That will bring in revenue to the city. Now, we are estimating how much that will be. We're estimating when that will open. We're thinking the fall of this coming year. But all those things are still in question. And so we've done our best to give good estimates here, but I just need to make sure that we all understand that, you know, what that impact will be is still to be determined, because this is a very big and new project in the city that we haven't seen before.
And for this fiscal year, what are you estimating?
I'm estimating $825,000 in total sales tax revenue from that
project?
development
Yeah,
for the 9-month period.
That's not very conservative, is it? That's
Well,
optimistic?
I think it's, you know, we did our best with looking at it coming on in 9 months and actually ramping up. I think it's, I don't know if I would say it's conservative, but I don't think it's overly optimistic either, based on our comparisons to other outlet malls of the same type, and based on the stores that we know that are supposed to be in the development center.
Okay,
So
and the Estrella project is not in here at all?
that is correct. The Estrella project, when we put together the budget, there was still a lot of uncertainty, so that is not in here. When we come back at mid-year, as that project is starting to take off, we probably will add some revenues for that.
Judy, how does that compare to the retailers' projected revenues?
Say it again, I'm
Your
sorry.
figure of $800,000, how does that compare to the projected revenues of the
Well, again, my
facility?
figure is only for a partial year, so their revenues seemed higher when they came in to us, but this the last time I heard from them was probably, I think they came in about a year and a half ago and did a
Okay.
presentation. So our annual revenue is probably a little bit lower than their projections were, but that was a year and a half ago.
Does this also include the property taxes from the $75 million sale of Casa Pacifica?
No.
I'm just kidding.
Did it sell? Did it sell? Did you
No,
buy
I'm
it,
just
Tim?
kidding. Well, you know, I thought about it. You know,
No,
Did it really?
It absolutely sold Gary Ward's.
no, he sold the $8 million house next
we
door.
saw the 75
Yeah.
pocket listing of
No.
Casa Pacifica.
Yeah.
Believe me, we'd see a spike in our revenues from that one.
That was that house. Sorry.
That's okay.
That was something to get excited about.
I know, right?
So I guess the reason for my question is having a little bit of experience in the retail industry, there's ongoing income and then there's kind of soft open year one income. And so let's keep a tight eye on that, because I know you're looking at 9 months, and let's just say it opens November instead of October, we've lost a month. And I know the developer himself has said, you know, getting the right combination of stores to get to the number he's predicting takes several years, you know, because you get people that think they can do it and they can't. So will you keep an eye on that, and
Absolutely.
if we need
It's-
to adjust as the year goes on?
It's our main thing as well. There's some restaurants that will be opening out there as well, and we're not sure what those
When
are
those
yet
are,
and when they'll
exactly.
open.
That's a
So there's
perfect
quite a
example.
few variables there.
Yeah.
So yes,
Thank you.
absolutely. So move on to total general fund expenditures. And Councilmember Baker brought up that, look at the 63.3 million and why is it going down to 58.1 and 15. And that's a function of capital projects. Again, this is total, all costs. And so as we have capital projects budgeted in one year, we don't necessarily, or we wouldn't budget them in the next year. But what will happen is if they're not complete at the end of a year, we carry over the budget. So the large number of 63.3 million includes any projects that have not been completed or have been carried over into 15. For instance, the Ole Hansen Beach Club project, which is over $4 million project, is included in the $63.3 million number, but we wouldn't have a new budget for that in the coming year, unless the project's not complete and we have to carry over the funds, which we will, because the project won't be complete by the end of the year, but we don't rebudget it yet. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes perfect sense, but I mean, the number was 11 million, there's 4 of it, where's the other 7?
Well, 63 to 58 is only $5.2 million decrease, so what were you, let's go back to where you were looking.
Last year was 52, though, was our projected expenditures.
That's
In
referring.
last year's budget presentation, we said we were going to
okay.
spend 52.
So in
million.
last year's budget presentation, there are things happen between that, the adjusted budget. There's a lot of things that happen, council decisions, other capital projects. There was a beach trail money that came in, general plan money. So there's a lot of other things that happen that bring up the adjusted budget. So we could come back to you with a
Thank you.
reconciliation,
Yeah.
if you'd like, between last year's budget number and then what the 63.3 million, is that what
Thank you,
you're-
I'd like to see that, thanks.
Yes, we will. Okay, so we're talking about total general fund expenditures at 58.1 million. As I mentioned, if you see the capital outlay, the largest decrease is basically the capital outlay projects not being refunded. The two biggest components of our total expenditures in the general fund are our personnel and our contractual services. And we'll be talking a little bit about both of those in a bit. The contractual services are mostly made up of our fire and police services contracts, but we do have many other contracts in the city, including landscape maintenance and other types of contracts that we let in the city. But I do want to talk about personnel for a bit because it is a large component of our expenditures. And so I want to remind council that we do have an MOU in place with our San Clemente City Employees Association. Council approved that earlier in the year, and it was a 3-year agreement. So that was great because it gave us our solid numbers for our budget and our long-term planning for the next 3 years. That MOU included a salary increase of 2.775 in July of each year for employees. It also included an offset for employee pickup of retirement costs each July. And that amounts a little bit under 1% of salary. So I think the first year was 0.925 and then 0.9 and then 0.8. So the salary increase will happen, but then the employees will give back a portion of that as part of their retirement payment. In addition, there was a city pay portion of a health insurance increase in the second and third year. And all of those changes for fiscal 16 have now been put into the budget and rolled into the salary and benefits numbers in the budget. In addition, in the personnel, there's ongoing step increases. So when an employee is hired, they're often hired at a step A or B, and each year, as long as they perform and complete the year, completing their plan, they would move up in a step increase. So all of that's been included in the personnel budget. Some staffing changes that are here. Just recently, I believe in April, the council was presented with a classification and compensation study, and there were some positions that were adjusted based on that. And as you were told then, those will take effect July of this year. So the study was completed in 15, but the impact will be seen in the 16 budget, so those are included. We've also eliminated 2 frozen positions. This doesn't have a dollar impact, but in terms of our staffing, during the recession years ago, we have frozen some positions, and over time, we're either making adjustments and realizing we're not going to be bringing those positions back. And so each year we address those, and in this year we're determined that we can eliminate these 2 positions, that they will no longer be needed. So there's 2 eliminations there. The budget enhancements, Eric talked about that earlier. These used to be called city manager decision packages, but these are things that have been added. And one is reclassifying an associate planner to a senior planner position, and another is increasing some part-time hours for our code enforcement specialist. There's been a growth in that area, and so we're increasing the hours for the specialists from 30 to 36 hours per week is what's been recommended. I want to talk a little bit about pension costs. This is always a big topic of conversation, so I like to address some of those issues here. So overall, what you'll see is a 4% pension cost reduction in fiscal 16. So there's a lot of things that go on there. So one component, salaries are going up. So salaries go up, pension costs are going to go up. So that's an increase. But what's offsetting that are a couple things. One is the give back that we just talked about from the employees, having the employees pay back some of their pension costs last year and this year, those amounts build. So that will actually help decrease pension costs. The other thing is that we transferred our pension administration to CalPERS in June of last year. And they provided a stable pension rate for 2 years. And because CalPERS has a little bit higher investment return, that meant that our rate that we were provided was a little bit lower than what we had with Great West. And so we were able to actually see a decrease in our pension costs a little bit because of that, and it's been stable for 2 years. They weren't going to raise our rates or change our rates for a 2-year period to allow us to stabilize. Now, what that means, when we do get the new rates, which would be coming up at we'll be getting them at the end of this calendar year to be effective in fiscal 17. We don't know what those rates will be, and so you may remember in the LTFP, we put aside a reserve, about $500,000 in a pension reserve in our fund balance, and that's to address if that rate goes up much higher than we think, we can take that $500,000 and help spread the impact of that rate over a couple of years, so that it won't hit our operating position right in the first year, and we can spread it out over time. If you remember, too, we also have our retired and inactive employees. They remained with the Great West Plan. So we also have a payment that we make on that plan every year, but we know what those costs are, and they've been incorporated in the budget as well. Now, in addition to our general employees, we have our public safety employees. So our safety lifeguard plan, there's an increase there of about 12%, $12,000. That's a function of salaries going up, as well as several of those employees were reclassed in the classification and compensation study. And so with those amounts going up, as well as the PERS rate increased for that plan. So overall, there's an increase in that plan. In addition, our retired and active fire and police, these are long time ago before we contracted out. We have fire and police employees here. When we contracted out, we still have the liability for those retirement costs for those employees. And so each year, we pay in an amount to CalPERS to cover any costs that we've paid off the unfunded liability, but it seems like things get adjusted every year, and we still have to make a payment each year. And so that payment has gone up quite a bit, and that's a function of CalPERS has changed their actuarial assumptions recently. People are living longer, and they want to be more accurate, and I think it's a good thing. It's a hard cost to pay, but it's better than having that liability go up. I mean, if people are living longer, you may as well assume that in your assumptions so that we pay it off now rather than later. So that's what's going on with pension, yes.
Okay. And let me preface this by saying this is a great budget. This happens to be, I've got a handful of things, small handful.
Yes.
This is one of them.
Yes.
So I'm on page 95 in my binder. And what I'm going to ask for is a chart, because 4 of the 5 of us labored long and hard on switching over from Great West to CalPERS.
Okay.
And for those with any history with the city, the Great West position was a godsend during the recession for our city, so the move to CalPERS wasn't one that was taken lightly. So I'm looking at page 95 under personnel, and it's basically the last couple of lines. You've got PERS retirement premium at $134,000, so that's the Marine piece.
The safety
Marine
lifeguard,
safety.
yes.
Then you've got San Clemente retirement premium at 2.2 million, and then this new thing you've got here, what is this retired and active? I don't see.
The retired and active, we pay that through our general government, and it's through it's considered, we do it as debt service because it's not for current employees, so it's not included in that line item.
Okay, so is it part of our pension responsibility?
It is part of our pension responsibility, but it's just included in a separate line item in a separate department. It's not related to any one department, and those are all related to the individual departments.
Okay, well, so what I'd like to ask for is a chart and call it total pension position, and then what you've got clumped together, the San Clemente retirement premium. I'd like to follow that.
I mean, this may not be what you're asking.
Oh, maybe it is. Let's see. No, because I want
This is our unfunded
to follow
liability.
it over time, and I don't know what this means.
Okay.
So, so actual 2014 in the San Clemente retirement plan, budget 2015, I'll give you the chart, projected 2015, and then fiscal year 2016. But then under the retirement plan, I want to see Great West, and then I want to see PERS, and I want to see the changes, because our promise to the citizens was a switch to PERS would be the -4 that is, reported in here over time. And then the third component being marine safety for a total pension position. Because for a city our size, $2 million, it's a big line item, the pension is. And I really would like confirmation that we made the right decision switching over to PERS as we go forward. And I just want to watch it because, so do you know what I'm asking for?
I would like to maybe speak with you offline just to understand the exact particulars which you're looking for, rather than get it here. That would be great.
I talked a little bit about it, and then the answer I got, I realized I didn't communicate clearly. But the long story short is, under the San Clemente retirement premium, I want to track Great West separate from CalPERS, at least for the next 5 years, to see how they behave.
Okay.
To kind of not to, kind of to make sure that our decision was a good one,
Okay.
you know.
Laura, do you want to track a make-believe Great
No,
West,
it would
or
just be in the report.
the
No, because
the employees that are still part of Great West? I'm
Right,
not
but
following you
if
on that part.
Great West, well, you can see here, the unfunded piece is 10 million. There are people that are still in the Great West.
And that's the part you want
program.
to track.
I want to see how that increases or decreases our contributions, our premiums over time.
Okay, got it. As
Um,
compared to the
as
new employees
compared
into
to
the
new
okay.
CalPERS.
Got it.
Right, and if, you know, the way it's going to work is Great West should get smaller and smaller and smaller as the obligation is paid off, and, you know, CalPERS gets larger and larger, but I just want to make sure, that the world has changed at CalPERS in a really good way, but I just want to make sure we're sure.
Yes, and knowing that pension is something that council is very interested in, that was one of the reasons we brought this slide back. We talked about this a little bit in LTFP, but I would like to bring this up as often as we have these budget and LTFP workshops. What this is looking at our unfunded liabilities. It's not exactly what
So
you're asking, but I think.
This is a separate issue, but this
separate
this
issue.
is more important even, but yeah, okay.
And so this is looking at all the plans that we have, and it's looking at what percentage is unfunded. The struggle with this plan is we only get our actuarial reports sometimes it's at once every 2 years, some are every year. And when we get them, they're always in arrears. And so you'll see some of these are as of July of 13. We're approaching July 15. We don't have those numbers yet. But we will in October, November have through July 14. So what I'd like to do is to be able to keep this updated for you so that you can see what progress or maybe not progress we're making towards paying down our unfunded liabilities. And so you can see the different components here. Great West, we have a larger or a smaller amount funded than we do in some of the other plans, but our goal is to try and maintain our payment schedules of 20 years or whatever the schedule is, and to ensure that we're not seeing these grow more than what council would like to see. So overall, we're at 73% funded, which is not great, but there's a lot of cities that are much worse off than that. So we're probably in the middle of the pack there.
One
Yes?
thing I would ask is, you know, we've always done a good job of looking out and projecting, you know, variations. This council is always experiencing turnover. Sometimes it's really useful on some of these slides where we're looking backwards, when we're looking forwards, particularly at revenue projections to actuals. Sometimes it's useful to also see historical performance with that. For example, it was always very useful to me, even though I came on council after the 2007, 2008, I remember seeing slides that showed how the revenue fell off a cliff and then, you know, started to come back up, and then watching how it performed prior to that. And so sometimes it's nice it's a little bit like we're looking in the existing year and the few years before and just the year after. Every once in a while, it's nice to have some perspective of a greater step backwards. Well, hey, listen, if we look at a 10-year performance, looking backwards and forwards to how our revenue and our expenses were and performance and this and here, we can see on a historical basis that we're trending upward, but maybe we're more in lines with 07, 06, you know, something like that. It's sometimes useful to see how things go over time, because if you're only looking backwards 1 year, you may miss something in terms of an overall trend that's been continuing for year over year. It's more of maybe it's something you wanted in the presentation, but slides that is more of a supplement or an appendix on how things look on a larger basis, looking backwards more than just a year, maybe 3-year look back, and you know, when you're looking forward 3 years as well. So just something that I think would be interesting.
And Tim, to be clear, you're just talking about maybe one chart or two charts that incorporate that in. You're not talking about.
It's not useful on every single line item, but I'm talking.
This issue would be great.
This issue would be great. What our revenues, our expenses, property taxes, you know, would be something in from some of the big ticket items that really do fluctuate with the economy.
One chart would, with some dips in it, would be nice to.
Yeah, it'd just be interesting to watch how things track over time, watching how the property taxes fell off.
There
and
is a
recovered.
chart in your book. Maybe it's small, you haven't seen it, and it's, I don't know, Jake, maybe you can find the page, but it shows there's one showing property tax and one showing sales tax over a longer term period. It's in the financial overview, Jake, and Jake could probably come up with the page number to, and I just want to see if that's kind of what you're talking about.
Great, I'd love to look at it. Jake, help me out.
Page 34.
And, you know, it's not total revenue or expenditures, but it does show our largest, the property and sales tax.
Yeah, something. You know what? It's an excellent point. Something very similar to that, where you see every sales and taxes, properties taxes that go over time, having just similar line on them that, for example, that shows revenue, expenditure, other items, just so. That's a perfect, yes, exactly, something
That's
like
something
that.
like
It
that
just
is
goes
what you're
back,
looking for, sure.
4 or 5 years, goes forward, and it just shows exactly how things level off. I do remember that. Maybe that's where that brilliant idea came from.
You saw that,
Though
you
I saw
dreamt
that, and I
about
thought
it,
that's
you were-
exactly what I
yes.
want. I just want to take ownership
I
of it.
want more of that.
Yes.
I believe you recommended those to us. at a
Yes, I
previous
believe I
meeting.
did. Yes, at some point. No, I didn't actually.
I read your mind. I knew what you
But
wanted.
this is precisely it. But maybe covering, for example, some of the pension performance items, some of the revenues, other items that could be interesting like that as we're looking at these items.
Okay.
Judy, I'd also like to see it from, say, like 2005, before
Okay.
the run-up, because we know things fell in 2007 and 8, but I'm curious to see if the dip was kind of more in line with where we were in 2005.
It was.
If it kind of went up, and then we
Well, it
kind
was
of went back
interesting.
to
It took a few years for
historical.
it. It took a few years for it to
Absolutely.
register. It was interesting. I remember looking at that, and it was informative.
So 2005
Okay.
would be.
And one thing I'll interject that I think kind of goes back to Lori's point with regards to the Marblehead outlet. One of the things that we're working on currently is kind of, they're called the geo boundaries within an economic development. So from a sales tax perspective. So we'll be kind of revisiting, or we're currently revisiting the boundaries of, let's say, downtown Del Mar, and making sure that we can get that sales tax projection for just that area, as well as Marblehead. So obviously, with the outlet mall being new, we're going to start kind of fresh, but we can start doing that exactly to see, okay, where are the revenues coming and how is it going, as well as going backwards as well with those pre-existing, Camino de Estrella or the El Camino corridor or those types of things. So we'll have those tools to do some backwards to 2005, as well as like with Marblehead going forwards.
It'll be helpful because it certainly will indicate whether or not an area is healthy or sick, or whether or not the revenues have fallen off.
Absolutely.
Other items that look past just the simple anecdotal
Correct.
components. Okay.
Okay, so here's the total general fund expenditures, and this is by department. As Eric talked about earlier, we're going to give you some highlights of the various departments. This is, see the $5.2 million decrease, same numbers that we saw before, just looking at it in a different way by department. General government at $7.3 million in the 16 budget. The departments in there are the city manager, city council, city clerk, those types of things, but the largest number in there are the things like transfers and other general government things that don't actually apply to any one department. You can see our police services and fire services numbers, mainly our contracted costs, and then our public works department at $15 million for fiscal 16, and beaches, parks, and rec down at $6 million. We'll talk a little bit about some changes in those. So as I move forward, I want to mention too, when we talk about these highlights, this isn't meant to cover everything the department does. I haven't talked about core services because I realized as I was reviewing some of these highlights, they seem kind of light. Is that all the department does? These are just maybe changes or things that you should know about. It's really not meant to talk about everything the department does. So I don't want anyone to feel shortchanged if I'm not highlighting everything.
And it's important to note too, in these things, if there are things that we didn't cover, which we can't cover them all, as Judy said, we stand ready to address any questions or inquiries you may have on each of these departments as we go through them.
It's just things we thought you might want to know or about in the budget. So general government, the interfund transfers total $2.1 million. So the largest of those is $900,000 to the general liability fund. We're still paying retrospective payments on our general liability to the CJPIA. So that's still a transfer that we need to do. Street Improvement Fund, we set this up several years ago, the $756,290. Why that amount, I'm not sure, but it's been that same amount for many years, and that's to continue to contribute for street improvements. And we also, as we talked about in the LTFP, we are contributing $370,000 to reserve funds, and those were detailed more in our LTFP papers. Our insurance charges are covered also in general government, $1.5 million in general liability insurance charges for the general fund only. That's up about $271,000 from the prior year. Our contribution to the Casa Animal Shelter is also here at $717,000. That's up about $18,000. And this is just a part of it. Remember that Dana Point shares the cost of the animal shelter with us. Our DBA funding, the current year is, or for fiscal 16, is in at $38,000. And then our council contingency is funded at $100,000 again for fiscal 16, as it has been for the last few years. Finance and Administrative Services, a couple highlights here. The Retired Senior Volunteer Program, the administration of that program is being moved from Police Services to Human Resources. The deployment of the resource and of the volunteers would still remain with Police Services, but this is just more the administration of the paperwork and that type of thing for those volunteers.
This is in my handful of things I want to talk about. This city cares deeply for their RSVPs, and I know it's a time of change, and it's appropriate that there's change because I think we were, if not the first, the second RSVP program in the state of California. And so I just would like to register very seriously, and I guess it would be to city management as well, that as any changes happen, you engage the men and women that are volunteering their time and maybe help them help us paint a picture for what the next 10 years might look like as an RSVP, because they really are part of the quality of life, feel-good piece of our community. And in my view, anybody that wants to volunteer time to make us safer is okay in my book. So the message is, as you're making the change from $1 and cents, let's make sure we end up with an even better RSVP program as a result.
Absolutely.
We'll work with them and with the Sheriff's Department, but we're not making this change with the dollars and cents in mind. We're making it to protect them from a liability standpoint, because right now they're outside of the city and outside of the Sheriff's Department when it comes to liability. So we're bringing them in-house to protect them as they do that volunteer work on behalf of the city.
Which is kind of reinforcing my point. It's making them better. We're protecting their volunteer position better. But, you know, any kind of change usually needs a little special attention.
And we have
this
meetings.
Is a group that it's worth it.
We have meetings scheduled with the leadership of the RSVPs to get that point across and
Great.
to find out their point of view.
Okay, also in Finance and Administrative Services, ADA improvements. Over the last several years, we've been committed to continue to make ADA improvements in the city, and we had budgeted funds in our Human Resources Division handled by General Liability to make some of those improvements. The doors here are one of the projects that were completed with those funding. However, we realize we have quite a few capital projects, which you'll be hearing about in a little bit, and there are ADA improvements budgeted in a lot of those capital projects. So rather than take our resources and kind of split them, we've thought in this year we're going to focus on the projects, the funding for those in the capital projects. Reductions in FAS are due to several studies that were budgeted in the prior year. We don't repeat those studies. They were one time. The class and comp is an example of one of those studies. And then budget enhancement that has been recommended is a payment processing system and utility billing intelligent voice response, also known as IVR. This is one of the IT strategic plan projects, and so you'll see several of the budget enhancements as I move through this are ITSP projects, and you received a full report of that in the LTFP with backup and documentation, and so this is now just bringing them into the budget as you directed us in that process. Public safety, some highlights here. Our total funding for public safety is $23.3 million. There's three components. We have our fire services, and our base contract with OCFA, the Orange County Fire Authority, is increasing by 3.25% or $248,000. Now, our total contract with OCFA includes the base contract as well as some other things like vehicle replacement, facility maintenance, and our ambulance services. Those costs are not subject to the base contract increase, but are based on what the actual costs are. And so we see the total contract going up by $317,000. So that's an additional about $70,000 for additional costs for those items, which is about 3.9% overall. I want to also mention that we're continuing our seasonal ambulance service program that began just a couple weeks ago, again this year, May 1st, and this is the second year of that program. Our marine safety, another piece
Judy,
of our- Yes.
before you move off of that subject, the seasonal ambulance service that began May the 1st, when is that scheduled to end?
It'll end at the end of October. It's a 6-month service.
And I think last year when we spoke about this, we spoke about possibly increasing that ambulance service to 365 days a year. 12 hours a day until all this freeway construction here is complete. Have we done any thinking about whether we're going to do that or not? Have we spoken to the OCFA about that? Have we thought about, is that a good idea? Do we need it? Any of those kind of things?
My understanding is that the city manager and assistant city manager have been briefed on the desire to have that and have been working on that, and that the idea is that we would bring that back sometime after the budget adoption. I mean, that wouldn't happen probably before October. I mean,
Right.
I'm sorry. We have service through October. So
Right.
the need is to bring that back before October in order to put that in front of council to see if that's something that we want to continue doing. So I'm understanding that you're looking into that, Eric, is that
And I
correct?
think in discussions that I've had with Chief Abel as well as the city manager, I think, there is some support in terms of increasing it to a year-round, but keeping it in the seasonal deployment, which is 12 hours a day from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. We think that might be the sweet spot in terms of addressing any other impacts that could result from not having coverage during those hours. And so we would support looking at that and then bringing that back to council before October through an amendment. It's currently what we do with the seasonal ambulance service. So
Okay, well, I'm glad to hear that we are looking at that, but an important part of that's going to be, do we need it or not? What kind of, do we really need it? How many calls do they go on and such, so.
And I think, we can always when we did the seasonal ambulance service from May to October, I think we knew we needed it, and then once we've had a year to go by, we looked at it and we said, yes, it was successful and it did provide a service. I think with the extension, I think there is a question of, yes, we need it, but I think it would be good to go through a year of that to see if it returned a positive result, and I think it would be close. I think we'll see something positive. So we'll work further with Chief Abel and the city manager, and then we'll bring something back to the council probably a couple of months before October with our recommendation.
While we're on this topic, before we go off, I think the one thing that I would request in that report is that we look at private ambulance response times in that too. So not just the cost-benefit analysis or the usage, but the actual response times of the private ambulances during the time.
And your point is well taken. This is a type of service where we don't want dollars to dictate the positives that it can bring to the community and the residents, so I understand that.
Okay, our marine safety, now this public safety program is actually budgeted in our Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Department. One of the highlights here, our junior lifeguard education program is expanding this year, and additional budget has been included for that. Our police services, our third component of our public safety, we have a contract with Orange County Sheriff's Department. That contract, the costs are increasing by $323,000 or 2.6%. The contract changes that resulted in that $323,000 increase included cost savings from defunding 2 positions. There are vacant positions, a crime prevention specialist, Deputy 2 motorcycle vacant position, as well as there's some revenue that's tied to the motorcycle deputy. And so we have to back that out when we look at what our cost savings would be. And then we have some extra help that is vacant as well, administrative extra help. So reducing all of those in our contract resulted in net annual savings to the city of $307,800.
I want to talk on that for 1 minute.
Yes?
First of all, I appreciate that the percent increase was managed down, because I know the first number was had a lot of sticker shock. Having said that, I would like us to keep an eye on this, given all the moving parts going on in the city in the next 2 years, because with Marblehead opening up, I understand, I totally get it, they're going to have their own security firm, and that's going to be all good and well, but we don't know what the impacts are going to be on the community. It was kind of scary to see that article yesterday that's going to invite 2 million more visitors into town. With the construction going on the freeway and the impacts on the communities on the days when it's difficult to get on the I-5. So can we keep a close eye on this? And then also for Lieutenant Moody, who's in the back, I come from the school of how you measure is how you manage. So if you've got statistics that we need to see, like those ones that I asked you for. It looks like car thefts are up in San Clemente. If you're seeing things that we need to know and to help us be better decision makers, please bring them forward. We used to get a quarterly police activity report, and I don't know, I guess maybe the times got tough and we don't get that anymore, but it makes us better decision makers. But this is, I mean, I was so proud yesterday with that we're in the top 50 safest cities now. You know, that's something. So far. Well, we're climbing the charts. We used to be in the top 100. So, so I think that's, you know, another piece of being proud of San Clemente. But seriously, there's so much change coming forward, and keeping safety at the right level is important. So that's all I had to say.
Okay. We'll move on to our Community Development Department. Some highlights here. We have reductions. It's a highlight, it's a reduction, but our contractual services are reducing general plan related projects. As you know, the last couple of years have been devoted heavily to the general plan. And we'll still be working on the general plan, but not actually putting it together. So we'll be reducing from not having to, spend funds on those studies and that type of thing. Contractual plan check and inspection services are also going to be down in the coming year because a lot of that occurred due to the Marblehead plan check. A lot of those costs were incurred in the current year or prior years. Budget for parking lot leases was moved to our general government economic development. It just seemed like a more appropriate place because it impacts the overall revenue generated in the city. So it didn't necessarily belong in community development. And some budget enhancements here, a planning intern program. We've had this each year, but we do look at this annually, so we consider it a one-time expense because if we don't have the funding or there's not a need, we would not continue it. But it is being recommended again this year. And then you'll see there's 3 IT strategic plan projects that are also being recommended. Again, I won't delve into any of these. If you have any specific questions, we can talk about them either now or at the end of the session. But this was all presented in the LTFP, and there's more detail in that. Some highlights in Public Works. Beaches and Park Maintenance Division, early last year, was actually right at the end of the budget period, right at the beginning of the year, but we moved the maintenance divisions from BPR to Public Works, and so that's all our maintenance divisions are now housed in Public Works together. Park Planning and Construction Management for Parks and Recreation Projects has also been moved to Public Works. It seemed a more appropriate spot because they manage more projects, and so we moved that division there as well. The budget this year includes some new costs related to maintenance of the new Marblehead Parks and Trails. As you remember, those trails and parks are completed and transfer ownership to the city, we have to maintain them. So some of our contractual costs increase, some of our staffing costs increase to maintain those parks and trails. Some of the enhancements in Public Works include funding for a T-zone, the downtown T-zone area, bench replacement, and bulb-out maintenance and landscaping. This is an ongoing cost that we plan to do each year. Ongoing chain link fence repair, as well as laptop replacements in our Emergency Operations Center. The city is looking to fund 20% of those. 80% of that can be funded by grants, so we're leveraging those grants and getting those laptops replaced in our Operations Center. And then also the conversion of Liberty Park tennis court lighting is recommended. In Beaches, Parks, and Recreation, we talked already about the maintenance divisions and the park planning and construction management moving over to Public Works.
Judy, can you go back one slide
I
real
can.
quick for me? Did you talk about the Liberty Park tennis court lighting?
Yes.
Explain. I must have skimmed over that one in the report. How is that one coming along? Seems to me that's a pretty new park to be already replacing the lighting. What's
I'm
the
going to
story
have to
behind
call
that?
up Mr. Randy Little, who's right here. Yes.
Hi, Randy Little. I'm the maintenance superintendent with Public Works. At Liberty Park, we have some large boxy sports lighting on the tennis courts. And I don't know if it's children or adults, but they've been hitting them very hard with tennis rackets and tennis balls. We're replacing them regularly. The LEDs, we have one test unit out there on the west side of the courts, and it is held up, and we have not had any damage done to it. But the other lights are continuously, we're having to replace them and repair them, from footballs, basketballs, tennis rackets, and tennis balls. So
Okay.
the LED is held up really well.
Okay, thanks.
So we were on Beaches, Parks, Recreation, as we talked about those 2 divisions moving to Public Works, allowing Beaches, Parks, and Recreation to focus on the things that they do are best at. So some of that is looking at our Ole Hansen Beach Club opening. We're estimating that in the spring of 2016. So the budget includes some contractual services and staffing for the pool area. The pool is definitely has been closed for a few years, and so when that opens, there will need to be some staffing there. And also some budget enhancements in this program are the expansion of our Play School Kids Club program. And this is actually revenue generating, so it's not, there's some additional expense, but it's anticipated to earn about $5,000 more in revenue than the expense. And then also we are adding budget for the startup equipment and furnishings and supplies at Ole Hansen Beach Club for the opening in the spring of 16.
So Judy, you're saying the Beach Club's going to generate 5,000?
No, I'm sorry, that was the Play School Kids Club program, the
Okay.
budget enhancement.
So in the Beach Club, have we projected any revenue for programs for the Beach Club, or we're just trying to figure out what that program is going to be?
Currently, there is a revenue that's projected in the proposed fiscal year 16. It's based on Ole Hansen, I'm gonna look at Pam, opening in March. And so that's an estimate. We're working on programming, and we're also looking at other revenue opportunities to enhance that. So we'll be coming back to council with some other ideas as well as it relates to revenue at Ole Hansen. But again, those are projections, and we'll have an opportunity at mid-year to even get more specific and precise prior to the opening.
Okay. So I want to talk here a little bit about, that's a big pie chart there, about our fund balance. With all of the numbers that you've heard tonight, what we're looking at in the general fund, the arrow is pointing to a total fund balance at the end of fiscal 16 of $17.1 million. That fund balance is made up of 4 components. You see the 4 different parts of the pie. The biggest is our sustainability reserve. We've had that set aside at $10 million. That's for emergencies or some sustainability. Should another recession hit, should something like that happen, we have that money set aside. It's sort of your savings account. In addition to that, we have a sustainability reserve, which is 9% of our expenditures, and this is to allow us to, it's at $4.8 million. That's to allow us if there's any large decreases, say a big fire would happen or something like that, and we would need to.
That's the emergency reserve, right?
Emergency reserve, yes.
Yeah, okay.
I'm sorry, I said sustainability again. So the emergency reserve is the blue pie there. I'll come back to the pension reserve is $500,000. We talked about that a little bit earlier in our LTFP. Over the last 2 years, council set aside those funds. With the CalPERS transfer, we're just not sure where that rate's going to go. And so, as I said earlier, we have some money set aside to assist with smoothing out any large pension rate increases that we might see coming up. And then finally, we have our unassigned fund balance at $1.8 million. We talk about this quite frequently. This is the amount of money that council has available to use for capital projects or for other things in the coming years. Now, this is after the capital projects that have already been included in the budget, and we'll be talking about those in just a minute. So this is kind of what's left over, anticipated at the end of fiscal 16. It's not a very large amount when you consider what may be coming in capital projects in the future. So I just want to make sure to let you know that. Another thing to note here, if you'll see on the chart with fund balance, you'll see VHSP reserve. That's our Vista Hermosa Sports Park. So at this point in the year, we've projected that at the end of the year, we would have $202,000 remaining in that reserve. We'll be using that in the first quarter of the year. As we said, Marblehead is expected to come on about September or so. So this is kind of to help us with when we brought on Vista Hermosa Sports Park, the idea was that this reserve would help until Marblehead came on board. And so we're going to be depleting that reserve completely at the first quarter of the year. And so that will be moving to zero.
Judy,
Yes,
I'm going to put you on the hot seat for a minute, so
Okay.
before I do that, I apologize.
that's okay.
'Cause I didn't
That's my
prep you
job.
for this one. Last year, we discussed, the $10 million sustainability reserve and the emergency fund reserve, and questioning whether or not those are proper amounts, whether they're too much, too little. Did we ever get a chance to look into that and see where we are with those numbers, and do they make sense to have that much? Is it not enough?
I don't think a full study's been done. I mean, I know that we had a study done that was supposed to get to that, but it really didn't address that. It addressed more, what's the 100-year plan if the pier.
One of the
is
things I talked
further
about a
built.
little bit during the LTFP, but I'll go into it a little bit more specifically to address your question is, with the La Plata property, that's something that we have to address in the coming months, whether it's a lease or whether it's a sale. one of the things that we're thinking about when we visit that and come back to council with recommendations, and I'll use the example hypothetically, if it was a sale per council's direction, there would be a significant amount of money that the city would get. At that point, I'm thinking that would be a great time with that money coming in to reevaluate these reserve distributions. One of the things that we've been kind of teeing up to the council as part of the LTFP process, and now again about the budget, is looking at better reserving for facility maintenance improvements. And that's one thing that we've kind of not addressed over the years to the need of what our infrastructure requires. And so with that, we'd come back to council with potentially a new way of distributing the reserve monies, because maybe the sustainability reserve, and I'm talking hypothetically right now, maybe some of that needs to be cut off and put into the facility maintenance to catch that up, so we can start better addressing facility infrastructure improvements at parks and other types of things. We definitely want to look at it. It just takes us time, and we want to get at this proposed budget, but that's something that we do want to bring back to the council and kind of in tow with the La Pata property, if that makes sense.
As part of our general plan update, did we dictate a specific amount that had to be set aside in sustainability reserve? Because we did codify some of the best practices of our budgeting amounts, but I don't remember if we put anything that specific as to.
Yeah. I think it goes back 8 years, and that was the number that was determined, and it was based on some graphs that were showing that we were at build out, and that the capital expenditures were going to way outpace any kind of income coming in, because we basically had build out, and so kind of the developer largesse days were over. And so at the time, the treasurer said 10 million was the right number, and the council said that sounds good. But I agree with the mayor that a reserve analysis, you know, whether it's sooner or later, is probably a really important tool.
I would say just an important first step would be to look at our general plan and see what the budgeting procedures we put into there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know if this was in the general plan, but it's been in the
We
budget
put some
policy.
things in the general plan in terms of what we want for budgeting best practices. So just.
But this is a policy.
This is a
budget
policy, but I remember that. So before we do anything, let's just make sure well, we don't want to walk down this path and find out. Yeah, we just want to walk down this path and find out, oh, the general plan had a specific direction regarding the sustainability reserve. Frankly, I'm all for it. I think that maybe we ought to, this is a very liquid fund, but it means it has zero return, basically. And so I'd like to maybe look at that a little differently in terms of what liquidity means, and where, you know, do we consider real property assets as part of a sustainability reserve, things like that. I mentioned this previously, but I think it's worth noting that there are different ways of looking at reserves.
Absolutely correct.
And you know, what that means in terms of what the city has in terms of assets.
And a good example, and Judy, I may be a little bit off, so correct me, when going and looking at the emergency reserve, which is more or less a model of the GFOA reserve policy. We don't fund it at the GFOA level, which is, I believe, 16% of your general fund budget. We do it at about 9%. However, we've always said, well, we're in compliance because we still have a $10 million sustainability. So maybe, again, hypothetically, maybe the emergency reserve truly models the 16%, and then we look at different ways to cut up the pie with the sustainability reserve.
Well, the only thing I'd like to add to that conversation, because I've been here the longest, this is the first budget where the recession, you know, the threat of recession hasn't been over it. And it kind of gives me an appreciation for people that lived through the Depression and still use the same tea bag over and over again. You know, we're kind of going into some healthy times, and it's a different mindset. But if we're going to be healthy for a few years, that also reflects on how you fund the reserves, because we might want to build them now because we can, against a day when we can't. So there's a lot of good reasons to be looking at this in San Clemente right now.
Well, I would say just one other strategy is the best time. So there are opportunities presented to us in recessionary environments that we don't always experience in terms of bidding climates, property acquisition opportunities, parks, or for whatever the case may be. There's opportunities presented to people who are fiscally responsible that aren't always available. And so, you know, for example, if we look at in a bidding environment and we're being priced out, or we can't quite get the number we want, we can sit on it and wait until things aren't great. And since we've minded the till very well, then we might be able to take advantage of times when other cities haven't done as well. And so I'm just saying it's, I'm glad this is a great problem to have, and I'm grateful to previous councils for having had and staff for having had, frankly, the discipline to do this. I just wonder if there's ways that we can strategically now look at that good work's been done, continue it, and also take advantage of it.
Understood.
And Eric brought up an important point. The Government Finance Officers Association has done a lot of work in this field. We should mine their research and think about it.
Absolutely, and most of our, if not all of our models within the LTFP are modeled after the 21 financial indicators of the GFOA, so we're very aligned, point taken.
So on that note, here's a very positive slide that I don't think we've seen before. This is our 5-year forecast that's been adjusted for the adjustments we've made in our budget. So when we came with the LTFP, we brought you a 5-year forecast, and there was, in the out years, there was a negative in the current year as well as in the out years. In the last several years as well, we've seen negatives. Now, the difference is, number one, we're now including the Marblehead revenue. So once we started including that, you see this turnover. We all kind of knew that would happen, but we didn't want to put it in there until we actually, saw some hammers being brought out and actually something being built. So the good news here is you see in 16, we're at the point 0.4 million is our operating position, as we talked about earlier, and we expect to see that rise next year, and then in 18 go down a little bit, and then continue to decrease in 19 and 20. So the good news here is we see a positive operating position for the next 5 years. The concern is that it is a projection, and we're not done yet. We're not done with this budget yet. So any other decisions council makes tonight will impact this. We may be able to cover it this year and next year, but what happens in the out years? However, the further out you go, the more, the less confident you are in the numbers. I mean, this is the best we can do, but as we all know, we get told sometimes that our contracts are going to go up a certain amount, and then we get a new contracted amount, and it's much different than what we thought. Or we're expecting a certain amount in revenue, and then things turn around, home sales go up, and the revenue comes in higher than we thought. So many things can happen, both positive and negative in this, but I think where we're at now, I mean, it's a positive thing for us that we have not seen before. So I just want to highlight this to everyone.
Were you going to say something?
Far different than last year's slide.
What's interesting, though, is that we, from previous direction from our assistant city manager and previous city managers, we don't count the revenue until we hear the cash registers ring.
Exactly.
That's right. As just something that's comforting for me, I would like to have a soft model of what this budget would look like if Marblehead didn't open this year until 2016. So we need to, if there's no registers ringing, and so we just need to prepare a worst-case scenario if something happened that we could do what we needed to do. I need, so that we're going to approve the budget. I mean, we're going to go through this process and do what we need to do, but we should have a fallback slide, something that says if these things happen, if these catastrophic events happen and this does not happen, we still have a plan, and that plan is X, and we'll pursue this, and the council will then take up these decisions.
And to touch on that just a little bit, one of the things we've talked about a little bit offline is regards to better defining the sustainability reserve for when it should be engaged. It does talk about a few things in terms of, 2-year economic hardships and so forth, but I think your point is well taken to better clarify, we engage this when this could happen, and so that's something that we can also address with the reserves as well.
I mean, we're going to go through, frankly, I feel comfortable going through this, and, we're aligned, but I just like, if when we do approve the budget, that we have a slide or something that says we have a plan in place in case this happens, and it would involve council decisions, relooking at certain budgetary items that allow us to make decisions in Europe. So.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, almost done. We're just going to cover some of the other funds and a few highlights. It's only a few more slides, and then we'll move to our capital projects.
One question, though. So, Tim, do you think that was due to Marblehead's projections coming in here, or the wonderful job the new city manager has been doing? Which do you think that? Which do you think that would be?
You know what? I'll let you.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll
right.
let you answer that one, Bob.
Tim, do you see anything worthwhile about throwing Estrella projected income in there?
I think that's too variable. I think, see, one of the things that's very clear to me is that, permits have been pulled, directions have been had, leases are being set. So there's a clear path, it feels like. I don't think we have anything clear in terms of path and outcome there. So
We have demolition permits.
we
Right?
do,
That's
but
Okay. Okay.
too soon, right?
Okay.
It would be great, but I think that this is a more conservative approach and probably a little more prudent for us.
Very good. Okay, so in our enterprise funds, now we're moving away from the general fund and we're talking about the other funds in the city. They tend to be forgotten, so we don't want to forget our other funds. So our enterprise funds, this one will not be forgotten because water is a big talk of the town right now, the talk of the state. So water, our proposed budget includes a water rate increase of 4%. We've also added some funding for a drought cost of service analysis. As you all know, the drought conditions, that the governor's put some restrictions, and so we've added some funding to analyze that in the coming year. We also, our purchased water increase is projected at 4.4%. The city purchases 94% of its potable water, so as those costs increase, we have to pass that through to our customers. Some temporary part-time hours have been added in water conservation, and we've added a budget enhancement for the 5-year urban water management plan update. In our sewer fund, we have no sewer rate increase proposed. Our revenues have been able to cover our expenditures as well as our depreciation reserve. We do have a budget enhancement there, a one-time, some electric carts for the water reclamation plant. The Clean Ocean Fund, another highlight here, Water Quality Code Enforcement Mobile Office. It's a one-time budget enhancement to assist the code enforcement there in Clean Ocean. Our special revenue funds, this is another group of funds. Some of the highlights here, our Street Improvement Fund, Measure M2 funds provide ongoing revenue for this Street Improvement Fund. And as I mentioned earlier, the general fund continues its annual transfer of about $756,000 to provide funding to continue with our street improvements. Our miscellaneous grants fund, a large part of this is our CDBG funds, and we do have $150,000 for sidewalk improvements as a program initiative for fiscal 16 for CDBG. The Air Quality Improvement Fund, this includes funding in fiscal 16 for a traffic calming program and downtown circulator trolley update. And then our Police Grants Fund, we continue to receive a state cops grant. This is an annual grant that we've been receiving. It's about $100,000 each year, and it provides a portion of one deputy position. It funds that. Our internal service funds, these funds provide services to other city departments. So our general liability fund, we talked about that a little bit earlier, but we continue to participate in the California Joint Powers Insurance Authority to cover our general liability insurance with other agencies in California. Our liability insurance premium is budgeted at $2.1 million in 16. That's a little bit of an increase from last year, about a $300,000 increase. And we have retrospective payments of $1.4 million due July 1. So we've been chipping away at that. We actually got a higher bill this year, but hopefully in the next couple of years we'll start to see that go away and be able to get out from under that. Our fleet replacement fund, we have 22 pieces of fleet equipment budgeted for replacement at $886,000 in fiscal 16. In the Central Services Fund, we have a couple of IT strategic plan projects, as you can see there, for electronic data storage and our EDMS search enhancements. And our IT fund has a telephone system replacement IT strategic plan project budgeted. And finally, our debt service fund, this is our Negotio debt service. We did not have to do a general fund transfer since 2014. The lease income in that building covers our building's operational costs as well as our debt service payments currently. So we do not have to do a transfer for that. So with that, I'm completed at this. The next part of our program is to look at the CIP projects. Eric, did we want to move into that now? Is that
I think we're going to take a break and go have dinner because the food has arrived, and then we'll come back and do that. But before we start, we'll hear the speaker cards. So those of you who turn in speaker cards will hear you speak before the CIP. That way you can get your words in. So we'll take 20 minutes. You want more? No, when we get back from 20 minutes. That way we're fresh and good to go. 20 minutes. So we'll see you in 20. You want more, Larry? Okay. meeting. Okay, so before we go to capital improvement projects, we'll hear from the audience. We have 8 speaker cards. If there's anybody else that wants to turn one in, please feel free to do so. We're doing 3 minutes, Joanne, still? Okay. So the first person is going to be Marcy Mednick. Following Marcy will be Valerie Woodstra and David Achata. I hope. Nice. Before we start, I just want to remind everybody that you have 3 minutes to speak, and when you step up to the podium, we have a green, yellow, and red light, and a timer just below it. So if you could keep your comments 3 minutes, that'd appreciate it. If you get to the red, please just try to wrap it up in a sentence. Thank you. Hi, Marcy.
Hello. My name is Marcy Mednick, as you've just heard, and I serve as chair of the Wellness and Prevention Coalition, and we're based at the high school. The coalition was formed due to the severe needs for services by many of our youth. Our center serves students regardless of their socioeconomic status and regardless of their grades. Unfortunately, the counselor that we have on campus is very limited in his time, and he's usually not available for students that aren't struggling academically. So that leaves a great many children that still need help, and our aim is to get to these kids before their grades are suffering. Our coalition meetings are attended by school administrators, law enforcement, healthcare professionals, faith-based groups, and students. We're focused on changing the norms among parents and teens. And the broad assortment of people that attend our coalition allows us to do this and have a much greater impact. We really want to encourage the city to actively participate in our coalition and be our community partner. We appreciate the support you've shown our program over the last 2 years, and we hope that you continue to support our program, whether it be financially or by participating in our coalition. And I apologize that we keep showing up at these meetings, but we're not really sure when and where to show up. And last year, we really didn't make a presence, and our grant was not successful, and our students have really asked us to make sure that doesn't happen again this year. So all of us are here on behalf of our children. And many of us, unfortunately, were at a very long meeting last night. So a lot of us aren't here today that had hoped to be here, especially our students that have hours of homework. And I also wanted to introduce that we have Susan Parmalee in our audience tonight, and she's the director of our center that's on campus. And we also have Lori Leigh Belhumer, who is with Western Youth Services. And for those of you that don't know, our Susan, who provides the mental health services, that's possible because of our partnership with Western Youth. So both of them are here tonight, and should you have any questions on our program, they're happy to help you. And I hope to see you at some of our coalition meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Valerie Woodstra.
Hello. Thank you for having me here. My name is Valerie Woodstra, and I am the PTSA president at San Clemente High School, and I have been for the last 2 years. I'm here today to voice my support for the Wellness and Prevention Center that is housed at the SEHS campus. The last time it was presented, I was not quick enough to get my little card in, so I didn't get to speak, so I'm back today. We fought hard to get this center to be allowed to operate on our campus because we saw how desperately it was needed. It was a long process because it is an outside group operating on a public campus site. The lack of funds provided by the state government to our school district has meant that we only had one personnel counselor for 3,200 kids. And it is the same throughout the district. It's not just San Clemente. All of the high schools have this exact same problem. The need for students to have someone to talk to or to go to when things are getting tough has skyrocketed. We are seeing kids acting out when all they needed was just someone to listen to them or to give them some guidance on how to cope with what's going on in their lives. I was here at the City Council meeting 2 months ago when the formal request and plea was made from Susan Parmalee and Principal Mike Halt for help from the city to keep this center open. The very next day, we were in lockdown in the entire district, not just our high school. If that isn't proof that mental health is a priority in keeping this town safe, I don't know what is. The mental health of kids whose brains are not yet finished developing is key. Their decision-making mechanism is in their frontal lobe, and it is the last thing to develop. That's why they won't even rent a car to them till they're 24, because they seriously do not make the best decisions yet. They need guidance. If you add to that hormones that plague teens during these years, school stress, peer stress, stress at home, all of these things make for a very volatile situation. The Wellness Center has provided a place for teachers to refer kids to whenever they see something that is heading the wrong way. Gives kids a place to know that they can just talk to someone if they feel like they need someone who wants to hear and someone can help them through their situation. Kids who are acting out are being disciplined by the school, and they have to spend time at the Wellness Center as part of their discipline. And many times it is revealed that it was the stresses that we've mentioned that they just needed some help with, and then the acting out stops. This has been a really tough end of a year for San Clemente High, with the loss of a dear student who passed after a 1.5-year battle with leukemia, and then the loss of our beloved principal. Sorry. This is our 50th year, and we could really use some good news. I'm asking for you to not only consider the money of the $3,000, I'm so sorry, I shouldn't have cried, I messed myself up, the $3,000, the funds that appear on your budget, but also consider bumping it up to at least 10. I know we asked for 20, because we really need it, and I think that this would be an amazing way to show support for our school, because we don't feel like a lot of people are supporting us right now. Thank you for your time, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Valerie. David Achata. Following David will be Dr. Lori Lee Bellmauer, and then Betty Zoll.
Mr. Mayor and council members, great to meet you. My name is David Achata. I've actually moved into the city about a little less than a year ago now. Been traveling here off and on for a few years for work. I have my own business, but actually that's not the reason we moved here. We moved here to join a small church plant called Soma, and as I'm helping lead that church plant, some of the things that I've learned about San Clemente in the process have been interesting, especially as we've been doing life with some high school students and some young adults who were once high school students. My daughter also, she's 11 years old, will be at San Clemente High School in about 3 or 4 years. And at a business meeting, I met Marcy, and I met Susan and some of the others involved with the center. And I'm a supporter of that, and I just wanted to come and say, I want to ask you to consider what they're asking for to support their presence on campus and programs that are helping students. In particular, the reason I really got interested in it, as I mentor one high school student at San Clemente High School, his name's Brandon, and we were out one night, and he was just telling me about some of the dynamics there that were actually kind of shocking to me. I was asking him about his friends, and he said, I don't know any friends. I don't have any friends at the school who actually aren't doing some kind of drugs. He said there are actually lists. There's a real list about who can go to what party, who's invited to what place, what part of town, who's allowed to come and who's not. And it's surrounding the issue of drugs. So I've been talking to Brandon about how do you engage in that environment in a healthy way, as a way to be a blessing as opposed to pull away from it. And I'm also interested in seeing more students get mentored, get help there. And so that's why we moved to the city. And so I've been really glad to meet Marcy and Susan and some of the others. And I'm here to ask you to consider the request. So thank you.
Thanks, David. Dr. Laura Lee. Was I close on the last name?
Pretty well.
Bellmauer?
Okay. I'm Dr. Lori Lay Bellhumer.
Okay.
And good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I am a 22-year San Clemente resident, a parent of 2 girls at the high school, and I'm also the CEO of Western Youth Services. And Western Youth Services is the nonprofit that has a 40-year history of providing prevention and specialized mental health and wellness services in Orange County. And we are a collaborative member of the coalition that's mentioned, the Wellness and Prevention Coalition. I'm here tonight to express my thanks and also support for city funding for mental health and prevention services. And I want to highlight this. It's not, the Wellness and Prevention Center happens to be located at San Clemente High School. The Prevention Center actually benefits all community members. There's a community-wide email that goes out. And we also have events in the community center, as well as other locations throughout the city. Western Youth has been fortunate enough to secure and maintain targeted grants from Kaiser Permanente and the Orange County Community Foundation to support mental health services in San Clemente. And a financial commitment from the city is in line with the commitments made by other cities in Orange County. And this could literally represent a life or death investment in a child. Western Youth Services collaborates and receives funding from other cities such as Anaheim, Stanton, and Westminster, specifically for counseling services. Young people need a safe and accessible place to turn when life gets complicated, as others have mentioned, and you know that. They need tools and resources, not just to make them better students, but to make them better citizens who are emotionally equipped to make smart choices. The school campus is one place where we know we can reliably reach these children, and our school-based services actually increase attendance and decrease truancy and decrease discipline, which means they are better citizens and they're not on your streets when they're in school. I believe the city has exercised its moral imperative to invest in the children, and I'm here to ask for an investment of $20,000, which is a negligible portion of your budget and a negligible portion of your surplus, actually, but the impact is incalculable. And I'm just asking you again to reconsider the amount that you afforded and to know that this is impacting the entire community, not just San Clemente High School. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Betty Zoe? Zoe?
Zoe.
Zoe. And then Donna Kalis.
I'm just a San Clemente mom. I got this, I get this in my email all the time. And this one that I just got, it says, Mental Health Awareness Month provides an opportunity for individuals and families to discuss the importance of mental health care and to work toward ending the silence and misunderstanding that often surrounds it. Did you know that 1 in 5 teenagers experience a serious emotional disorder? 1 in 5. A half of chronic mental illness began by the age of 14, and 3/4 began by the age of 24. Studies show that early treatment can make a big difference for successful management and recovery, yet only 1/3 of adults and less than 1/2 of children with mental illness receive treatment. Their campus activities are being planned to raise awareness and encourage support and compassion for those that may be struggling with an illness or that of a family member that is. And at the end of this newsletter, it says, the Wellness and Prevention Center is located at San Clemente High School and provides services to the community of San Clemente. It's not just for students of San Clemente High School. The program is for all teens in San Clemente. Our teens are our future, as you know. Their well-being means the long-term well-being of San Clemente. My neighbor was assaulted by a bunch of drunk teens that came to a party at our neighborhood. They knocked him unconscious, kicked him repeatedly, and he now has brain damage. And this is how out of control teens could be. The center is requesting for a grant and also your partnership so they can help more teens. They're doing a good job now, but they want to do a better job. They want to reach more teens, and without your support, that's just not feasible. I mean, we understand, and I so appreciate, and I love listening to all of you really challenging our budget, and I appreciate that you're good stewards of our money, but I understand that San Clemente, and we understand that San Clemente doesn't have the same revenue as Dana Point it does, and that's why we're not asking you to fully fund the Wellness Center. We're asking you to just give them the grant that they're asking for so that they can spend on helping the teens of San Clemente. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Betty. Donna, that's our last card.
Good evening, Mayor Ham and City Council members. My name is Donna Kalis, and I'm a lifetime resident of San Clemente. I went to San Clemente High School. My 2 children attend, one attends San Clemente High School, the other attends Bernice Ayers Middle School. I'm here tonight to support the Wellness and Prevention Center. I got involved last year after the city heard about the Wellness and Prevention Center, and I've been following it for over a year. I'm very, very impressed with Susan Parmalee and Marcy and the rest of the people that help the Prevention Center. They do an amazing job. I've talked to a lot of people in the community. I've reached out to a lot of you. I think that we have one high school, and I think an investment of a small amount that you guys have been recommended tonight, which is $3,000, is something that you should jump to do. I actually would implore you to please raise it to $5,000. We need the investment in our children. You need to send a message that says that, yes, you put a value on our students and that you support the wellness and prevention. It's very important that when the center goes out and gets investors and people that also feel that the teenagers and the Wellness and Prevention Center are doing a great job, when they look and see that this city is not contributing financially, that's very hard. So I want to say I applaud you guys for supporting the Wellness and Prevention Center, and I know that there's a lot of activities that have gone on at the community center at no cost, and thank you very much. But please, please consider supporting the Wellness and Prevention Center at a level of $5,000. Thank you.
Thanks, Donna. Thank you to everyone that spoke. Ken, are you up next?
So for those people that just spoke, they're eager about decision packet. How much longer do you think they will be waiting until that comes up? As soon as Ken's done, we're going to move into that. Okay, just so they can have a sense of what the time frame is. Okay, so it's all you, Ken.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Ken Natz, Principal Civil Engineer, and I'll be discussing the Capital Improvement Program this evening. It's been a busy year in San Clemente, as you all know, and that's no exception to the CIP. We currently have 103 projects in the fiscal year 15 program, totaling $44 million. A lot of great things going on in the city, a lot of projects that have come to fruition that have been a long time in the making. Take a couple minutes to just show a couple highlights off to the City Council with respect to some of the projects that are complete or nearing completion. First, Courtney Sandcastle, very innovative project, public nonprofit partnership to deliver a one-of-a-kind facility. The vision of the Courtney Faye Smith Foundation or the Courtney Sandcastle Foundation, and really a unique facility for the city to enjoy as well as all others in the region. Base Pier restroom, this project again took a long time to get to this stage. Happy to report to the council that this project will be open in about a month. Good time for the summer season. Beachgoers, trail walkers will be really enjoying this new facility. $490,000 from the general fund.
Ken, one question before you go. Is the mayor going to get to cut the ribbon at the new restroom? Is that?
I'm sure if the mayor would like to cut the ribbon, we can arrange that.
Can we call that the Bob Baker Memorial Restroom?
There we go. I like that.
Would that be a... Oh, no, hey, Bob! I'm sorry, I'm a little ahead of myself.
Maybe we should do the T Street maintenance program.
How about there you go. The I'm Still Alive Bob Baker Memorial Restroom. How's that?
Great project for the city, I'm sure.
Is this a little behind-the-scenes sneak peek here? Is that what you're showing us?
Well, this is just beyond the fence that, in the trail walkers
Fred
walk.
get his camera out to see this, to take a picture?
Unfortunately, I'm sorry about the quality of the photos. We did this in a haste, and the photos I got weren't the best quality, but you can see it's coming along very nicely. Moving right along, another project took a long time to get to fruition, well underway. Great to see, as you can see, basically gutted down to the bare bones. A lot of work, underground pipeline work around the pools that you can't even see. It's been covered up. $4.4 million from the general fund. This project is expected to be open to the public early spring of 2015. 16, thank you. 16 budget. And then just segueing from some of the general fund projects into some of the utility fund projects, this is somewhat of the culmination of the $25 million recycled water expansion project where we constructed treatment and conveyance systems to add recycled water capacity to the city. This is the final phase of the project. As you can see, this is the connections from those distribution systems into the city's irrigation systems at our parks and medians throughout the city. $310,000 from the general fund. On the transportation section, improvement project from the Street Improvement Fund, $880,000 to rehab Avenida Vaquero, do an overlay and restriping. You notice the buffered bike lane. I think you'll agree that the continuity of the bike lanes with Vaquero as well as Los Mares that was constructed last year provide a nice benefit to the mobility for the cyclists and other modes of transportation in the community.
Ken, have we got any complaints about this since installation?
You know, I wouldn't receive those complaints, but perhaps Mr. Vonnegut could
Yeah. Just quickly, obviously.
You have or haven't got any? I think it's awesome.
I think it's awesome.
I think it's
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Tom Vonnegut, Assistant City Engineer. Yeah, we've received a few complaints, accolades, but concerns.
Complaints and accolades, or complaints in the form of accolades?
Yeah, people like it.
Okay.
And I go wave by the residents when I ride my bike there. And I don't know if that's helping or hurting, but just some lingering concern about, you heard some of the residents who weren't in favor of having their median replaced. And so the complaints that center on speeding, although we did a study and found that was reduced a little bit. Complaints really that aren't in our circle of influence about OCTA buses, so we're working with them just in case there's something legitimate there. Had some issues, and this picture was already corrected, but just about potentially confusing striping, and that got taken care of in here. But so yeah, we have had some. I wish that wasn't the case, but we also have a lot of people say, hey, this is great. I feel a lot better riding down this 8-foot lane with my family, and so it goes both ways.
Okay. And the study did show that there was a decrease in average
Yeah, I think
speeds?
Mr. Frank, I don't know if we got you a memo, or we did a study on a couple streets, and to show that it's helping a little bit, not major, but and we'll still be working with Sheriff as needed and OCTA on this complaint about the buses to see if that's really true and remind the drivers.
I think
Those are the big ones.
I think I can follow up with the OCTA one. It does seem like they're going
and
pretty
I think
fast.
we have
there.
some pulled here
Yeah.
with one of our members, but
Perfect.
But really not that we've got some, but I would characterize it as maybe a handful or so
Perfect.
that we actually get.
Thanks.
So.
And the only ones I've heard, and I've gotten about 4 emails, is the bike lane is wider than people are accustomed to, and that cars are mistaking it as a vehicle lane.
Right, and the fix we did here, and we have to follow state guidelines requirements for how we stripe these facilities, and we added some enhancements here to try and make it more. We added a lot more of those bike legends there, the symbol to make it clear that hey, get out of here. This is for cyclists. You shouldn't be driving, and some more of the skip dash lines there to make it a hopefully more of a visually obvious feature. We did get that too, but since we did those changes, we haven't heard of those specific.
I heard the Burgundy Corvette was number 1.
blood spat and blood splatters on the tires.
So I'm hoping, council member, that we've got that one.
With the bike and the grill. Little BMX. Thanks, Bob. How about the turn lanes? Any problems with those? We did the turnouts. I was concerned about that. Any challenges with those?
We haven't had any issues or concerns with those. We did, at your direction and based on some of the public feedback, make sure that we included some dedicated turn pockets at certain locations up near the San Gregorio and the golf course entrance. And
seemed okay?
So far seems okay.
Good.
Yeah.
Great.
Thanks, guys.
It's a lot more fun to get stuff right than wrong.
Yeah. This was the one that I was really excited about, and it wasn't an easy choice, but I think it was the right one in the end.
Tell you what, when we drove it as a family, they had 7 or 8 bicyclists that were going up and down. I thought not that that's a great indicator, but I was pleased.
So we'll just segue right into the fiscal year 16 proposed CIP budget. In regards to the 2015 budget, the council received a third quarter report. If there's any interest in any of those specific projects, there's detail in that third quarterly report on all 103 of those projects that are currently in that CIP pipeline. So for the new program, there's a total of 44 projects proposed, totaling $16.3 million. You can see on the slide. They're divvied up by these 6 categories that are identified in the CIP. I'll refer the council to page 195 and 196 of the budget with respect to a listing of those projects. They're listed here on the screen here just for your convenience. We won't go into detail on every single one of them. There's so many of them. It's really hard to highlight all of them, but we're going to do a quick cross-section of all the disciplines just to give the council an idea. And if the council has any questions on any specifics, just please jump in and ask. I highlighted the Montalvo Canyon outlet on the slide. It's not included in the budget, but I know I was made aware that the council did direct staff at their closed session meeting last week to include that in the CIP program, so we've added it up there, and that took the drainage amount from $500,000 to $900,000, and we'll be bringing that back to the council, the budget hearing, included in the budget. So as you see here, another area of focus here from the LTFP. We talked a lot about facilities. As you can see, there's quite a plethora of utility projects here, or excuse me, facility projects listed. I also highlighted that Boca del Canon and T Street restroom rehabilitation. The staff's proposing some changes there. We're well aware that the council took action last week to direct a maintenance repair of Boca. And that would obviously preclude the need for the funding for the replacement of the Boca restroom as previously identified in the master plan. What staff is proposing to do is to amend that project title to call it the T Street concession and T Street restroom rehabilitation. We know that the council discussed the potential for upgrading the T Street concession along with the restroom a few months ago, and a discussion with staff about the preliminary design. I understand the staff's going to be returning to council with some options on that. There was a total big number, $969,000 projected, again, based on the master plan. Although we don't know where we'll land on the concession building and the T Street restroom, we feel pretty confident that that total budget should be sufficient to tackle whatever it is the council desires. So we recommend that we leave that funding alone and just change the title. And you can see there's also a lot of other facilities projects. We touched upon those in the LTFP with respect to, just maintenance of our buildings. As you can see, HVAC, corporate yard painting, numerous facility projects here are listed. And we'll jump in and do a quick cross-section of those disciplines. Pure construction, this project happens every 6 or so years. Councilmember Donchak brought up the opportunity for grants at the LTFP session. Staff has been exploring some. There's been a matrix that's been developed by Mr. Okanapor. We can share that with you. I don't have any good news yet for you, but we are looking into that. Obviously, the big chunk of change comes in fiscal year 17 with the construction funding. This $200,000 is proposed to do the assessment and the design work, and we'll be returning to the City Council in fiscal year 17 with the recommendation to fund that construction. So for this year, $200,000 proposed in the CIP from the general fund for the Pier project. This project has been in the queue here for a few years. We've done numerous park replacements, equipment replacements, with this funding that's come in. Currently, there's some work that's going to be done at the Marblehead Inland Park with like a CrossFit type of improvement. You can see there's going to be some of these hanging. I don't know what you would call these, but these hanging rings. And there's going to be a lot of other types of physical fitness type of criteria that's being incorporated in that park. I understand that park is going to be coming online in about 4 to 6 weeks. And then next year's project for that $132,000 from the general fund is proposed to do some other work and replace some other pieces of equipment. I know Councilmember Brown has expressed some interest in some other types of facilities, and
yes,
we'll be exploring that. So
yeah,
more to come on that.
Great stuff. Things that even Bob would play on, which is the litmus test I'm going for, frankly.
Moving right along.
Going for the senior vote, Tim? Is that what's going on here? Wow, you guys are, jeez. I guess so.
He can't help it. It's because after last night he's punchy. Yeah, not enough sleep.
Jumping in the transportation side, the Camino del Rio improvements, I've actually totaled 2 of these projects into one just for the sake of the slide, try to get through it quickly. We have the Camino del Rio intersection improvements for a total of $1 million funded from the RCFPP. And then the Camino del Rio rehabilitation project for the grind and overlay, total of $1.04 million from the gas tax. And you can see the limits from Camino de los Mares to the end, and the intersection improvements are potentially going to look at bulb outs and other intersection design alternatives that will be vetted through a public process. So that'll be coming back to the council sometime next year.
Go ahead. When do we break ground on these roundabouts here?
Well, we'd have to go through a design process, preliminary design, bring the preliminary design to the council.
So we're just looking at funding in this fiscal year. We
This is
won't be
just
looking
funding.
at construction.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
correct.
Ken, I got a question for you, Ken. What does this have to do with the La Pata extension?
Yes, this will provide connectivity with the Del Rio extension as well as La Pata extension. The roundabouts themselves, I understand, are to try to reduce some of the increased traffic impacts there, coming from the extensions. More detail can be provided by Mr. Bonnigan.
So, as the council is aware, this is the portion of Del Rio and Forster Ranch, and the La Pata project will ultimately connect the end of Del Rio, the southern end where it ends near the Ridgeline Trail, over to the new section of La Pata. So the relation here is we want to get this work done before all that opens. We don't want to open the road, start having more traffic, and then inconvenience everyone again with our project. So it's related to that segment. Now's the time to work on these intersections. Roundabouts go through that process. The street's ready for an overlay. We thought, let's not extend the agony. We'll get it all done at the same time. Have it ready so when that traffic opens, or the road opens and we have that increased traffic, we've got these intersection controls in place so that we already have safer intersections, slow down the speeds. We've gotten a lot of feedback from people who parents and kids who cross this particular intersection to get over to the middle school. So it's all related, and we're trying to be proactive and plan ahead and get it done before that opens.
Mr. Bonnigan, we got one more question. So.
I've got one, and it may be for James. There's an article that Fred Swiggles wrote in December of 2013 that talks about the money for the La Pata extension. It's the best summary of this project, if anybody's interested, Orange County Register. But I would like to have the county come to a city council meeting, either the first or second meeting in June, and walk us through what's going on with the La Pata extension, because I'm hearing with my OCTA hat on that they may have some budget issues, and that will specifically, to your question, affect the Del Rio piece of it. So it would be really nice, since it's been since December 13th, 2013, to have them come and tell us what's up. And it's probably going to be a good news story because a lot of activity is going on.
Okay.
But my specific request is, we know it's a $83.5 million project. Where's the money being spent? And are they on budget, especially for this piece, which is affecting San Clemente so directly?
If I'm not mistaken, aren't we in the driver's seat when it comes to that phase 2 in terms of securing the necessary easements, and then we trigger that improvement?
The portion that's still on us is for the Del Rio connector.
That's
to
right.
secure, as your council heard, some easements, temporary permanent easements and right-of-way, because there was already some right-of-way reserved. And so our city attorney is working through that process. It's complicated because the ownership has been dissolved of that open space, but you're aware of the plan, and so we'll have that and get that to the county, and then that'll clear legally the entitlements for the roadway.
But does it, at that point, if we secure that, they've committed to build that? Is that right? That it's
Well, they're
not-
committed
it's
to
not
build the
optional?
Del Rio extension just as part of the project anyway, but we do have a separate memorandum of understanding that provides some timeframes that would require them, and that was just frankly kind of an insurance policy that Del Rio didn't get forgotten.
That's right.
And,
So
and,
it's like
and
a
delayed
6-month fuse
indefinitely.
or something on there that once
There's
we
a
do
trigger,
this,
and we could get you a summary of that offline.
Well,
but
if the county could come and give us that presentation,
Okay,
because
sure.
I've heard a couple of things. I've heard that there's phase 3 is the Del Rio piece. Phase 1 is connecting, phase 2 is widening in San Juan, and then phase 3 is Del Rio. And I've heard that they have figured out a way to do phase 3 as part of phase 1. And then at OCTA, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, there was a request for more money because there was a budget shortfall. So it just feels like it's a real good time to have them come and walk us through
Well,
with
the city
progress
manager, okay,
report.
we'll get that set up for you.
Okay, so June would be great.
Can I just point the council to something in this slide? If you see in the right-hand corner, there's a little box. Can you make out what that is? Does it look like a coyote? Can you see it from where you are?
Who's photoshopping here? That is the worst Photoshop I've ever
It's a
seen in my
coyote.
entire life.
And I can't believe I didn't see
We were
it.
going to do it live, but it rained today, so we had a little difficulty.
Did you guys put Bob Baker's head on that too?
You know, I spent an afternoon with them, and I understand the allure now.
I just wanted to point that out. And I wanted to point out, I saw Lisa Bartlett today at TCA, and I mentioned Del Rio project to her, and now would be a good time, I think, to talk to them. She was talking about moving a phase up, and I wasn't sure what she was talking about. Moving a phase, because we're getting busy, we're getting ready to move the phase up. We're getting on that.
Right, that's the theory
Phase
that they're
two?
going to do phase 3 as part of phase 1.
Okay,
But
that's
then,
what she said. She's
she
moving
also
something into phase
represented
one.
the county to OCTA as there's a budget shortfall. So there's some things going on that we
Okay.
should probably just get smart on.
Just a few other projects to highlight here in the CIP. The Trafalgar Canyon Water Quality Improvements. This project proposes to improve the water quality in the tributary area of the Trafalgar Zone. A lot of debris and sedimentation gets into the waterway, choking out the waterway, causing algae blooms, as you can see there in the photos. $250,000 from the Clean Ocean Fund. Project at our water reclamation plant, the electrical systems rehabilitation. This is old and antiquated electrical system equipment that was put in 1990 with the treatment plant expansion. 25 years old, met its useful life, needs to be replaced to ensure long-term use and viability of the plant. Proposed budget of $1 million from the Sewer Depreciation Fund. Pump station project from the Water Depreciation Fund. San Clemente is made up of a lot of hills and valleys. Our sources of supply come in the valleys, and we have to get water up to those homes on the hilltops. So pump stations are a necessary part of our business. $1.75 million to upgrade this pump station and ensure we can continue to deliver water up to the higher zones. Jump right into the maintenance program here. Important to note that the maintenance projects do not extend the useful life of an asset by 50%, or basically they're not full replacements, they're just maintenance projects. So that's the distinction, that basically 50% of the life or 50% of its of cost with respect to the total cost of the asset. So here's a quick listing of those projects. As you can see, I also highlighted there that T Street Beach concession building renovation. That's similar to the comments I made with respect to the Boca del Canon and the T Street concession discussion the council had a few months ago. Staff's going to be removing that one from the budget itself. And that's proposed at $200,000, so a little bit of savings there in the budget. And we'll see kind of where that project lands here in a couple months when staff returns with some alternatives for the council to review and provide direction on.
Ken, before you move from the slide, sidewalk repair and improvements, does that include the construction of new sidewalks?
No, that is for repair of displacements of existing sidewalks throughout the city.
Are we going to see that somewhere else in this tonight?
There currently is a project for new sidewalks on Avenida Palizada. There's also the CDBG sidewalk project for $150,000.
I thought the CDG was Palo
Tom is something else he's an expert in.
Those are linked. The CDBG placeholder and the Palizada, that is the CDBG sidewalk. And then right after this, in part of your council decision package item, there is a new sidewalk project. And so that would be a place. What's up here is the sidewalk repair program.
Before we leave that subject, I was very encouraged that a couple of years ago we spent a lot of money putting in some new sidewalks. I'm disappointed that we're not continuing down that road and spending more money on more sidewalks in the older part of town, because it's a marked difference when you walk around the newest parts of town and you got terrific sidewalks, you walk around the oldest part of town and it's very hit or miss. So I'm disappointed that we're not doing more, and I would like to see us put that on our list of things to do, is to target some more money to get some more sidewalks in town, because we need them.
Especially in areas that walk to the beach, streets that lead to the beach.
Streets,
Access.
the ones that I see are streets that walk to school. Those are the ones that I'm very concerned about. We've spent, we need to do some more of that. We've not done enough.
We'll look and see how we can provide more sidewalks.
Thank you.
Continuing on, so again, the maintenance program the distinction there is replacement of less than 50% of the asset. I'm sorry, I kind of got tongue twisted, or extending its useful life by less than 50%. So that's just a clarification for the council's information. Page 198 of the budget book provides a little more detail on these projects, the funding amounts individually, and then obviously in the budget, there's project descriptions for every one of these projects. We'll jump right into a few highlights in the maintenance program. The T Street Overpass Maintenance Project is proposed for $100,000 from the general fund to provide new nosing and surfacing of an extremely high traffic area. Councilmember Baker.
I have to recuse myself from this part. Just kidding.
Did you find a solution to this, Bob? Because I know last time
You know what? I actually saw something interesting in it. I can't remember what beach town I was in, but they took angle iron, and instead of putting on steps, they embedded in the walls on the sides. So it was an angle iron that they went all the way through and embedded it into the side walls. Oh. And so it wasn't contingent on any fasteners at the steps. It just simply went right into the walls on either side, had texture on it, and so you didn't need fasteners on the steps themselves. They were secured by the sides.
Tom?
Maybe we'll take a look at that. Do you, where was that? You remember?
Puerto Rico. Actually, yeah, come on. But it was what they did is they basically just carved out the sides along the steps, about 6 inches in. Yeah. Took an angle iron piece in there and just basically wedged it in there, covered it up, and then there was no pieces in there. Obviously, they had some fast underneath it, but. And then they filled in around it, and so it was concreted in. It was really interesting.
Right, Tim, I'll volunteer to go to Puerto Rico and check that out.
Yeah. We'll increase the travel and training.
Council junket. Yeah. Anyway, I thought that was an intriguing.
I'll let Mr. O'Connor know about that. He's heading up this project and looking forward to delivering something to the public here in the fall.
I was a mason at one point.
Similar project, a lot of high-use traffic area. The pier planks themselves, from the landing of the pier to the extent of the fishermen, are in bad shape. Those were not replaced as part of the project 5 or 6 years ago when the pier was rehabbed in 2011. So these will be are forecast to be replaced sometime next year too. $100,000 from the general fund.
And Ken, on that one, can you make sure somebody looks at the trade-offs between full planks versus pieces of planks? Because I hear so many people laugh at our maintenance people that go down the pier hammering in the nails, and then they come back down the other side, and they hammer one here and this one pops out. And it seems like there's probably both an aesthetic and a safety benefit to having larger pieces of planks rather than
And there is. Part of the reason there is in order to maintain the pier open during the construction period, those planks have to be cut. So if the council would like to provide full planks, we could probably do some windows of construction and shut the pier down for that type of construction. We'll discuss that with the council in the forthcoming months.
Nighttime.
Dave Riebensdorf, Assistant City Engineer. This project's under design. Amir is working with, I think it's Trans Systems that's doing the work. And they are looking at full plank replacement and then having a portable bridge to go around those sections as they're being replaced so the pier can remain open during construction.
Thank you, because I think that's a safety benefit and, it's iconic. It should look great.
And according to Randy, we are changing the fasteners to light bolts.
Oh,
so hopefully.
Okay, so they won't be popping out.
No more nails.
Very nice.
It's an easy solution.
What kind of wood is it?
It's Doug fir.
Okay.
It's treated Doug fir.
And then the last thing, this is very small, but it's also big. With the old wood, we could probably auction it off right?
Yeah.
Because, so don't throw it away. No. I'm sure we could figure.
It is treated, but the lumber that we're pulling off is severely damaged. It's cracked lengthwise through the entire planking. That's why we're replacing it. But we can save it and give an effort for that.
They won't
There's
care.
There's
there may
local
be artists that
furniture companies that would pay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, fortune.
Well, and just having a piece of San Clemente Pier, that's a big deal. So
okay.
Yeah. So just keep it in mind.
Actually, let's donate it to BPR and let them.
I was gonna say before you got here, Randy, I think we made like $5,000 on some really horrible recycled San Clemente signs.
Oh no, I think they're beautiful.
Kathy bought one.
Yeah.
I have one. Why do you say it's horrible?
Well, I'm just the quality. I'm saying they're destroyed.
But there's something to that. I know a number of residents when they took down those street signs of Barcelona when they replaced that. we would have bought those things for $1,000 each, you know, because it's part of our city's
iconic.
history. So, you know, I think there's ways to reuse some of the, like, you know, some of the cooler things like this. You can make something of it.
Before we go on, though, Ken, you raised something that struck me. We're switching from nails to bolts. Nails to...
We're switching from having the heavy spikes because the stringers under the pier, the support system under the pier is cracking, and we can't, the spikes will not stay down, and it's actually when someone is hammering on one side of the pier, the other side actually does pop up. So we're going, our consultant recommended it's a 5-inch, 3/16 stainless steel, 7/16 diameter lag bolt. It's about this big, and we countersink them into the lumber so it's not a tripping hazard. And that way we can get a good bite, and we don't have to do nail patrol. That's what we call it, going up and down the pier once a week, pounding spikes.
But I understood the reason for nails was that when the surf hits the pier and the pier moves, that gives it some flexibility so that those don't snap.
These probably will snap. My previous employer
Probably will or won't.
Won't, because
Probably won't.
we use them on the Santa Monica Pier, which is I maintain that prior to coming here, and it took some heavy surf. We had a Ferris wheel, a roller coaster, a lot of stuff on that pier, and that's what we went to, and it held up wonderful through heavy surf.
Well,
Never
that's
had
good.
a problem.
That's good. Then we got some experience with it. Thank you.
So almost done here. I like to call these projects the usual suspects. They're always part of the maintenance program budget. We have the sewer system rehabilitation for $300,000 from the sewer depreciation fund. This project funds pipeline rehabilitation, manhole replacement, pump and pipeline, miscellaneous corrective maintenance that goes on throughout the year. Similar with the water system rehabilitation, $300,000 from the water depreciation reserve, corrective maintenance due just to you know, our activity out in the fields. And then you know, obviously the major street maintenance program, slurry seal, those programs ensure that the roadways in San Clemente are kept up to par. Obviously, we don't want to let our roadways deteriorate to the sense that they have to be fully rehabilitated and overlaid again. So these programs ensure the maintenance of those streets and the long-term use of them. This budget comes all from the general fund, $950,000. It's broken up $550,000 in major maintenance, $250,000 in slurry seal, and $150K in that sidewalk repair and improvement, which takes care of those deflections in existing sidewalks. And that concludes my comments, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I have a question for Mr. Vonnegut. I don't know why you keep sitting down, Tom. You just stand here, Ken. Yeah. Go back one slide if you wouldn't mind, Ken. Thanks for that presentation, Ken. That's fantastic. You know, every year we go and do these major roadway improvements. And one of the things that I always think about, and I always forget to bring up, is the removal of the double yellow striping, especially in the residential zones.
Mm-hmm.
Are we weighing the pros and cons every time we re-slurry a road of those double yellows, or is that something that somebody has to bring up? Because to me, it seems that everywhere we've done that, it's been a great improvement and decrease in speed. And me personally, on the roads that we haven't done that, I think to myself, man, I have a nice wide road here. I'm going to speed as fast as I can down it.
So our new business as usual is to always be looking at that. We don't necessarily always do it, but that's part of the new thought process.
But it is a box we check off.
Doesn't make sense on a particular street. Sometimes it doesn't, given, you know, traffic volumes, whatnot. But we're always thinking about that, just like we're always thinking, can we add bike lanes or other facilities and make these more friendly?
Perfect.
So we go through that every time, and that's part of our, we write a design review memo, and we write the justification on exactly everything we're going to do on a particular street, and that's one of the criteria we're considering.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Yeah.
And this is probably for you, Tom. And we really do read all this stuff. So on page 199, I kind of look at the long-term spending pattern for capital improvement. And next year, so it goes 1.7, and then 2 years from now, it's back down to 2.2, 2.3, 1.8. But next year, it's 7.3. And you've got a $4 million placeholder in there for the beach replenishment. Can you talk a little bit about that? In terms of, is it really going to happen next year, and are we really going to be looking for $4 million and making that decision?
It's looking more unlikely.
Okay.
But, you know, it's my best guess, and this has been a very tough one to crystal ball, but if I had to give you an answer today definitively, I'd say probably not going to be looking for $4 million next year. We'll be 1 year off, but there's a lot going on with that project, and and I'll probably owe you another update through the city manager, but I think it's becoming more unlikely that we're going to see that need next fiscal year.
Okay, so.
Given
you're
just other
keeping
things that
your
are
eye
not entirely within our control at this point.
Okay, because that's going to be a big ask when we get to
Right.
it.
Yeah,
Okay.
believe me, I'm well aware of that, and of course we'd be, yeah, but right now it's
Okay.
looking more unlikely.
Okay, thank you.
Before you step down from that point, Tom, you want to talk a little bit, we talked a couple months ago about the sand from Dana Point Harbor and what they're doing with that.
Right, so there is the County of Orange, which runs the harbor, is in the planning for with their periodic dredging of the inland main channel. You're probably familiar if you use the harbor a lot, that it shoals up there near the Ocean Institute. And I forgot how many years ago they did it. So at a prior council's direction, we asked the county, they used to dump it offshore at an offshore site. And generally what's there is fairly decent beach quality sand that shoals up. It just migrates through that porous breakwater. So last time the county actually placed it on, I'll call it, it's really not Doheny, but it's the Capo Beach area near Palisades there where the county operates another beach. And the idea was just to keep the sand in the system and have it kind of move through and see if we at least get some ancillary benefit instead of at least having it go to waste. Well, they've committed to doing that again. I just don't know the timing of the project. But at the council's urging, we checked and they said, no, that's the way we do it now. As long as we test it and it's good and it's compatible, they will put it down there on that beach. It helps their beach and it moves through the system and maybe we get some benefit.
Great, thanks. Any other questions for Ken, Tom, either one? Okay, thank you, guys.
So I just want to ask at this time if council has any other questions regarding what we've presented so far, because what we're going to move into next are the council decision items, but I want to make sure that you are okay with where we're going before we move forward. So is there any other?
I have one. Part of the budget here talks about the 800 megahertz, and I understood that we were going to get a plan for those radios. They're so expensive this time around. Did we ever get a plan for those? How they're going to be used? How that's going to be implemented?
If I can, Councilmember Baker, with regards to that discussion coming out a few council meetings ago in terms of revisiting the inventory of the distribution of radios to sea, yes, Orange County Sheriff's Department as well as city staff have reviewed the quantities, and I've received kind of recommendations to reduce some of the inventory within the police department. So I'll be working on a revised memo to come back to the council. Lieutenant Moody and his staff have done a good job and found some areas where they can decrease the amount of radios from a deployment and acquisition standpoint. And so, yes, we will have less radios than what we originally anticipated.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Judy, can I ask one question? Earlier, you said that we had moved 370,000 into reserves. What reserve fund did that go into?
It's a group of reserve funds, and so, I don't know, Jake, you might have the particulars of what page the particulars are on, but there's money going into our park asset replacement reserve, money's going into our accrued leave reserve. I'm waiting for Jake to find the page, because I think they're all detailed on.
So it just kind of got dispersed out to raise some of the funds up?
Right, every year we do put funding into the reserves, and what happens during the LTFP process is we come with recommendations in terms of increasing those or decreasing them, and then if council, unless there's anything telling us, directing us otherwise, that's what we put into the budget.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Did you have the page?
I can go ahead and comment on that. It includes, just to go through it, it's the 370 is coming in on page 155, which is what we call the reserve fund, and 160,000 is being contributed to the accrued leave fund, 110,000 to the capital equipment reserve, 50,000 to the park asset reserve, and 50,000 to the facilities maintenance reserve. And all those were recommendations that came through the long-term financial plan process.
You said, Judy, we're going to move on to the decision packages?
Yes.
And then after that, that's pretty much the end of the budget meeting?
Yes.
One of the items that I want to bring up and discuss was the sheriff's contract, and talk to Lieutenant Moody and get his perspective on some of the proposed changes. to the contract. So if we have him come up and we can hit that before we get into these decision packages, that'd be great.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. You know, upon looking at what kind of decisions we were going to make, because the contract we know increased dramatically over this last year. It was reduced ultimately to, I believe it was 6.57%, which still is a pretty heavy load for the city to look at, you know, funding this year. When it was originally given to me, I looked at the motor position because the handwriting was on the wall a little bit as of last year, that a motor position was being looked at being cut. We kind of went back and forth and decided at that point in time to defund the Deputy 2 position, and it was mentioned during the budget process last year that maybe there would be a chance to go back and look at refunding that Deputy 2 position this year. So my only request to the council is to, although I understand both sides of the coin, that the county has stuck the city with a pretty hefty bill, taking in light of the calls that are of service that are increasing. Prop 47, which is, by the way, since the passage in November, our Part 1 crimes have gone up 22%. Part 2 crimes have gone up 10%. So if we see this trend continuing to go forward, you know, in this next year, we're going to see a large increase in crime. AB 109, which is basically an early release program, also is adding to the amount of crime that's out on the streets. We also have a problem with, as you're well aware of, the homeless and these group homes that I'm working currently with code enforcement to try to rectify some of the problems, because some of them are intertwined with law enforcement. So as we move forward, you know, I have plans of trying to make more of a surgical strike and trying to help alleviate some of these problems, and as they pop up as a fire, put those fires out. But with staffing being reduced, it's harder to take a proactive stance. We're taking more of a reactive stance as we're going forward. In the calls for service, the amount of arrests that we've made over the last year, we're the highest. Apart from, well, we're the highest in Southwest County, the Southwest County division in numbers of arrests. We're also second to Mission Viejo in the calls for service. You know, when you look at their population versus ours, and they've got 14 more sworn than we do currently, then, you know, it just shows that the people on the streets, our officers, are doing a good job of keeping the crime to a minimal level. And I just hate to go forward. You know, it's kind of like cutting a motor deputy versus a Deputy 2. It was a problem, you know, whether I want to cut my right arm off or my left leg. Do I want to run, or do I want to be able to dress myself in the morning? You know, so it was kind of a hard decision to make, but that's kind of where we're at in light of what happened last year. So that's kind of what I would like to do, if at all possible, have the council revisit that possible refunding of the Deputy 2 position in light of last year's budget talks.
So one of the things that I want to bring up is last year we defunded Deputy 2 position, and after reviewing the tapes from last year, we discussed bringing back, or looking at bringing back, that unfunded position this fiscal year. And so when it came to us that we're going to cut another position, which would put us down 2 now, essentially, I thought this is a perfect opportunity for us to bring it back up and discuss, why don't we look at refunding that position that we defunded last year? Because now, the way I've tallied it, if we do make this second cut, that's now 2 positions we've defunded in consistently 2 years. And
I think part of the conversation last year also centered around the fact that our contract wasn't going to go up this year. Mm-hmm. That's what we were told. And the contract, you know, we were first proposed a 9.5% increase. You know, we've reduced it to $323,000 increase through some reduction of personnel, but the contract has still gone up. 5.85% last year, another increase this year. We still don't have a firm number for next year. I don't have any faith in the number. I'm not sure where the contract's going. So I think last year's idea to revisit it was based on having a 0 increase this year, and we didn't see that this year. So,
Well, you know, and that's a good point. I don't think that any year, you know, in the foreseeable future, we're going to have a 0% increase. So at this rate, we're just going to continually cut a position every year when we come back and see a 5% increase. So at what point, you know, last year we discussed drawing a line in the sand. What is the line that we're going to draw?
I have a lot of enthusiasm for the direction you're going. Maybe what might be a direction coming out of this meeting is at the next quarterly budget review, if you could come forward and let us know with, I'm most concerned about Marblehead coming on because I think that there's going to be a lot of changes in patterns in San Clemente and none of us know what those are yet. So maybe kind of build a case for, and leave it open for, you know, a discussion at the quarter. Because we'll also have a better sense if Marblehead is actually coming on.
Can I make a suggestion or a comment onto that too? A lot of people, I believe, think because they're supplying their own security force there at Marblehead, the outlet center, that's going to reduce our calls for service. It's only going to increase our calls for service because we're going to be responding to someone being detained or a theft that occurred that only a limited amount of action a security force or measure can do versus us. We're going to be stuck taking that arrest. We're going to be stuck taking that report. We're going to be stuck doing whatever kind of crime occurs there, and the security force is only going to be very limited in their scope of what they're able to actually do.
Chief, what's the ramp-up time for this position? So if Marblehead did come online and things were moving apace and we had strong indications that the revenue projected would actually arrive, how long does it take to bring in a deputy and get them ready to serve online and serving the community? Is there some spin-up time? Is there something that we should be aware of?
It's approximately a 6-month period of time.
Okay.
And a couple things, if I may interject, to Councilmember Donchek's point. I agree a mid-year review would be advantageous because at mid-year, which would be January or February, we would see some of the development already occurred. One of the things that I think Craig Realty, to Lieutenant Moody's point, is we need to work tighter with them as things get closer in terms of what is their security plan. I've had some offline discussions with the new manager, Susan Jenrick, and you know, she's made some points that are very comforting in terms of providing security, not patrol services per se, in terms of Steve hires employees to be security. It's not a contract. And the CCTV system that they're going to be installing is rather elaborate, both interior and exterior, which are also, I think, good tools to help support the sheriff's department in their efforts to, you know, combat crime and so forth. So I think there's a strategy process that we should take in terms of approaching that. And so mid-year, we'll see revenues. We'll potentially see Camino de Estrella providing revenues as it gets done. So we'll be in a better position to financially say that will work. Just to point those out.
And then traffic patterns. I think traffic enforcement is going to be really a high priority during the construction phases.
Well, not just that. I think once everything opens up, we're not sure really what's going to happen. We can talk about it all we want, but we're really not sure what's going to happen. And I'm really concerned that there's a lot changing right now in the city really fast. I mean, it's happening really fast. And we have homes of people moving in, multiple people in a home now. We can't even keep track of all the new residents we have and different issues we have. So I am kind of worried about it getting ahead of us. I think we don't really quite know what's going on that front yet. But can you just tell me, because I'm new, what is a Deputy 2 position? Is that a patrol?
There's different facets of it, yes, but that's what we're talking about, putting an extra
Another
patrolman
car.
on the streets, correct?
What about the idea of us funding a half a year?
Like summertime or?
No. So we revisit the decision at the beginning of second quarter, and if we get the strong indicators, the budget, the need, et cetera, then we just simply.
Before we go there, if we're talking about patterns, I'm interested to know why we don't increase our deputies during the summertime and decrease them during the wintertime. That seems like a logical cost-saving measure that, maybe the sheriff's department could think about. Why don't we do that?
Well, the other thing I was going to ask too, if we lost a Deputy 2 last year and he was working here and he went somewhere else, we can't just get him to come back here? It was vacant anyway? So there's no chance of getting someone that's already worked in San Clemente that works somewhere else now?
The likelihood is pretty minimal, because they've moved on, so. But
Okay.
to your point, police services isn't really designed that way to increase, we can't bring in part-time law enforcement to bolster the numbers during the summer, although I agree with the concept. It's just not, the contract isn't really designed that way to ebb and flow, when you need law enforcement, when you don't, and a lot of it you can't predict. During the summertime, yeah, there's going to be, it's a vacation destination, so you're going to have a lot more people, a lot more calls, but anything can happen in the wintertime as well, and we can show you, party calls during the winter happen just as they do, and other crimes occur in the wintertime as they do in the summer. It's really hard to judge that and predict it.
One of the things we could also go into the seasonal approach, and I understand Lieutenant Moody's position with regards to trying to fund a half-time person for half a year, but something that we can entertain with the Sheriff's Department is looking at increasing the overtime gap during that summer period and allowing them to fill extra slots via overtime. Kind of a similar model to what they do now. If a deputy calls in sick or can't come in, they fill that slot with an overtime. So that would be another strategy that I'd want to visit with the Sheriff's Department to see if the council's direction was to look at a seasonal approach, if we could do it in some way, shape, or form in that.
I think my position is not necessarily seasonal, but that we make a decision to bring on a Deputy 2 position, just not right now. To make that timing to occur when we get strong indications that Marblehead is online, the revenue is going to be commencing, and that the need, and we can evaluate need at that point. But I think if we put a placeholder in the budget for that position as, why don't we, confirm that decision in, what it would be the beginning of the fourth quarter. I'm thinking my fiscal terms.
It would be January of 2016.
January, or maybe even the quarter before, where we look at it and say, have the chief look at it and just say, guys, it looks like we're going to get 2 million more visitors a year coming to our town. We need a little help. That type of information.
Okay.
That would be better to me than saying it's going to be bad. We need to have it. I'd rather have something where we have things happening and then revenue coming, and then we could maybe have a stronger case for it. A little bit of data. I know it's gonna put stress. I think overtime is something that the council could be willing to look at to maybe in the meantime until that gets done. But I'd like to maybe put that placeholder in the budget and then confirm it and push the button in beginning of the year when it comes.
Do you want to look at a motor or a Deputy 2 patrol?
I think Deputy 2 patrol is what I would obviously prefer.
I'd like to hear what Moody thinks we need, Lieutenant Moody thinks we need on that front.
Well, again, it's pick your poison, I think you.
Well, not today, but as you're preparing,
okay,
yeah,
gotcha.
yeah. Whatever you think we need is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because a Deputy 2 would do more investigations than a motor?
It would just be more of a beat,
Right.
a beat
But I
deputy.
mean, a motor's
handling
doing
calls for
traffic
service.
control and.
Right. And again, we don't really know what this is going to do once this gets built out for traffic. It's already bad enough on the weekends now, on the freeway, and the arterial streets are pretty bad too. So we really don't know how that's going to look. It may benefit the city more to have that motor brought back. We can make that decision later on.
So what is the time frame, Eric? When are you thinking we'd have this decision package in front
So
of us?
what, with regards to what I'm hearing from the council is a position that would come on in theory live third quarter of fiscal year 2016. So what you're asking me to do is look at a way to place it in the budget and basically in quarter 2 confirm that need, and then it comes active the first day of the third quarter. Does that make sense?
March 2.
January 1st.
That might be too soon.
To me, that's too soon. We need some data before we spend this kind of money. That's the whole issue in this. I need some data. We need some time in this thing. We need to have the mall up and operating. We need to know
I
what's
think the
going
mall's
on.
going to start operating in October, isn't it?
It's tentatively slated for the middle of October, but the question mark being how much of it will be open is still an unknown.
I think we'll have 3 months of data at that point, and then if it doesn't work, we don't, we can just push it off for a quarter.
Right now, the developer is telling us that on October 17th, they'll open up about 70% of Phase 1. And Phase 1 is 380,000 square feet. The total center is 580,000 square feet. So we'll have 70% of the first 380 coming online in October.
And he's also represented that 40% of the sales are going to happen in the holiday season. So it's going to be an acid test of popularity.
Well, I just want to be clear, because the discussion we're having makes it sound like we're talking about adding a position. We're not talking about adding a position. Right now, we're discussing cutting a position, and last year we defunded a position. So we're already operating a deficit of 2 positions. So we're not discussing going from 10 to 11. We're discussing going from 10 to 8, and then now maybe bringing one back to come back to 9.
So maybe, just to throw out
to
some
make that clear, I
options.
mean, because the verbiage you folks are using up here is not
What we're
that we're
doing.
losing, it's that we're adding, and that's not the case.
And we don't even know what the effect's going to be of losing the motor.
That's
Really,
it's
we don't
exactly
know.
my point.
Well,
So
We'll know right away.
we operated with 3 motors for,
Yeah, we know.
until last year,
We have
when we added a 4th,
data
and then,
about
yeah. I think the bottom line is that motor versus deputy 2, whatever the verbiage, we've got a series of of projects coming online, more visitors, more resident interaction, a lot of different items that are becoming in that first quarter, beginning of the first quarter. I think a perfect time to look at that is at the end of the, at the beginning of the 4th quarter, and to look at that at the end of the 4th quarter, which is a December, January timeframe. If we put it in the budget, we won't be, if we at least put a placeholder in the budget for this position, we will be okay in pulling that trigger. I'd hate to have to try and generate budget at that point to be able to do it. I'm just saying it would be smart for us to look at it.
The problem is, it's going to take him 6 months to generate it after we pull the trigger, right? So we're not getting it that when we want it,
Well, I mean, for them to be up to speed, maybe I need to clarify
yeah,
that.
let's clarify.
They're in town, it's just it takes them 6 months to get.
It's all dependent on where we get that body from. If we can manage to pull a patrol trained body from another city, from another division, then we're gonna have them sooner. But if we get them straight out of the jail, we gotta get them trained up. There's a process, obviously, to get that person trained up. So they may be here, but in a training capacity.
So I think if I were going to summarize it, we're looking to you to lead us on this, knowing that the community is changing and that there seems to be support up here for the right amount of staffing. If you can put together numbers that show us, and kind of a point of view that show us, and we'd be seeing it in January, and including if you can, if it really takes 6 months, so be it. But if there's a 90-day plan to get somebody on board. But basically, we're saying we're open to hearing what you have to say, given that it's going to be a different reality starting October 16th.
And when does the county communicate what next year's cost increases will be? When does that come before us?
Oh, that's interesting.
But so to Tim's point, though, are we talking about putting this in the budget for January 1? So January 1, we will refund this deputy 2 position.
No, we're going to have a
No.
presentation.
No.
So
I'm hearing placeholder and in the budget are 2 different things to me.
Yeah, what I don't want to.
That's what I don't like about placeholder.
Well, but to my point is that I don't want to come to January 1st where we're saying, yes, there is a need. The community spoken, there was a lot of problems, we need this, where are we going to get the money from? I'd like to maybe have something reserved, and frankly, we'll have data in January that's going to indicate to us what next year's sheriff's budget is going to look like, and we may be able to know at that point whether or not funding that position is good. Or if or maybe the Christmas season came and went and it wasn't problematic, and then we know. But I guess at that point I'd like to be able to, can we make mid-year budget adjustments and not have catastrophic, effects on what we're doing?
We can. Couple of disclaimers I want to give from the financial side is, sales tax always comes in the rears. So from a revenue standpoint, we won't necessarily January see the revenue that was attributed to the holiday season. It'll be about 6 months out.
We will know how many people are coming in.
That is correct. And we'll also know the other impacts besides the revenue aspect. And then, yes, we'll also have the projections for sheriffs because, again, a couple of disclaimers. There are some labor and negotiation contracts currently under negotiation with the Orange County Sheriff's Department. So we have to wait. It would be nice to see how they land in terms of those impacts to our budget as well or to our contract costs.
Well, one of the things in Judy's presentation that is really important, at least for me to understand, is the sales tax coming in from Marblehead Coastal. It's not gravy. It's going to be needed to support the 4.5 miles of trail that we have up there, the wear and tear on the infrastructure. And so I would say public safety should get first dibs on that money because with the wonderful revenue, there are some costs. Yeah, there are costs that we're obligated to cover. So it's kind of like gross revenue versus net revenue is kind of the model for,
Before we vacate the subject, my concern is that, I've been involved in 2 of these budget processes now, and consecutively 2 years in a row, we've cut 2 positions. And Bob, it seems to me that you're on favor of just continuing down this road. Now, maybe you and I might have the fortune of not having to do this again next year, and the other 3 of you might. But I would hope that while I'm sitting here today, I can say that I hope this trend does not continue.
Chris, I completely disagree with what you just said.
Okay, I know you were going to.
Completely
That's why I
disagree
wanted to
with
bring it up.
what you just said.
So, rebut it.
Because I'm trying to balance a budget here. I'm trying to not spend money until we have some data that says this is how many people we need. That's what I'm trying to do here. And that's all I'm trying to do. I don't want to have too many cops. I want to have exactly the right number of cops. So let's take a look at some data from the Sheriff's Department that tells us exactly how many cops we need. Maybe we need more in the summer than in the winter. Let's take a look at that data. Let's make this stuff happen. Whatever the right number is, that's what I'm in favor of.
Well, here's my concern, Bob, is because I think Lieutenant Moody's done a good job of presenting that data. Our population, our traffic, all our models are showing we're going like this, and we're showing our sheriff's force is going like this, in the opposite direction. So you're starting from the premise of A, that either we had too many to begin with.
Could it be?
But to Lieutenant Moody's point, if you look at a city like the city of Mission Viejo, which has equal call volume, has almost double the population, and has 10 more officers than us, that to me is data that shows that we need more officers.
Don't they have more many miles to travel than our city, though, to get to calls? I mean, they have a greater area to cover.
They may, but I think they're a little bit more well-connected than we are in terms of geographic.
That's true. Trying to get to Shorecliff's a little tough.
So my point is, I guess, what is the data you're looking for? Because to me, I think we have the data.
Data I'm looking for is response times, call volume per resident, and how much does a deputy cost?
And historical trends.
Well, I think we can look to answer 2 of those questions right here. I know we respond to 25,000 calls annually. We have roughly 68,000 residents. So,
well, what is the right number, Chris? So is the right number? We got 42 now. Is the right number the exact number 43?
It might be, but to my
well,
point,
let's find out.
To my point, let's get that information before we continue to cut deputies. We've cut 2 already without getting that information. So at what point are we going to stop cutting when we have the information?
Right now. Let's get the information.
Let's keep this one, and
no,
then when we get the
let's
information,
not.
we'll not cut it.
But to Chris is that vacancies that we've been so the crime prevention cutting is it's a difficult thing to say because we're not sending someone to the road, right? What we're not doing is hiring someone immediately. There's a big difference.
There is. I want to make one thing clear because the beauty of the Sheriff's Department, Tim, is although every person is indeed a person, we're talking about positions. So although a position may be vacant, it's filled most of the time with overtime still. So although there's not a body, there's not a Tim Brown working there, there was a person in that position. So although we're not losing that individual person, we're losing that position.
Okay, you're right. The position is there. But when you say, because these are vacant positions, and so it's given us opportunity to take a pause and say, where are we? Are our statistics blowing up? And to the point about the early release, and we've had an increase in crime stats. That's great information. Maybe that will help support what we're looking to do here. But I do like the idea of using metrics. This is similar to what happened in New York with Giuliani and is it Hatton back in the 90s when they went to a metric-based police stadium, look at call volumes and other items, and they really use that to dictate how are we policing, what are we doing. It was very effective. Not that we can depend on that data, but it's certainly helpful when we're proving a case, particularly when Marblehead's coming along, which is an unknown quantity. And so that's why I'm comfortable with maybe making a point. We need to revisit mid-year budget. During that quarter, we need to make another assessment as to what our policing is and whether or not the call volumes would demand that. That's 6 months from now.
Tim, and I think the thing is, I like exactly what you said, because I agree 100%, but I think the cuts we've made without that information. We haven't had those diagrams. We've still made those cuts.
Well,
so to your point, and I think we have to lean on Moody a little bit and say, hey, we have asked for this information. Right. But to continue on the trend of continually cutting without having that matrix.
But cuts is we added a motor and we lost it. So it's like we're kind of switching now, right? We had a fourth motor added, right? And then we had a deputy two frozen. Now the motor's gone and the deputy two we're looking to put back. So it's fairly.
Well, and see, I'm getting that support from you, but I'm not getting that support from Bob. So
on what?
On bringing back the deputy two position.
Well, but what Bob is saying, we just need metrics, and you support that.
Yeah.
We just need some metrics after the holiday season, the Marblehead opens, because that's what we're all looking at. We're all looking at increasing police services to meet this demand of new visitors coming into town and the impact on residents.
Well, let me just make one more point, Tim. To the point of the vacant deputy two motorcycle position. The reason that's vacant is because they foresaw what was going to happen this budget cycle in terms of the five of us making a decision to cut it. And so that's why it's vacant.
Is that true?
Yes.
Okay,
foresaw
let me,
what?
I'm going to interrupt on this one. We used to get this quarterly police activity report, and what we learned the last time we had a vacant motorcycle was citations went down and accidents went up, and you could see it in the data. Because there was one less guy out there doing what he was supposed to do, and the people were speeding, and the accident count went up, and it was clear as could be. And so that time around, we were able to say, thumbs up on a motorcycle. We don't have that quality of information this year.
Well,
so.
can I interject for a moment? I went to painstaking measures because I know a lot of this is going to be data driven. To your point, Councilman Brown, last year and starting early last year, I put together, with the aid of the Sheriff's Department, through our systems department, a data-driven report I forwarded to the city manager, and was basically through this report, and it shows all the graphs and charts and everything that supports us actually bringing back and adding a deputy next year. If we kept staffing levels the same, we would actually need to add next year, and then another deputy in 2018 if the statistics remain the same. And this is taking call to call to call, the amount of time on average per call for the last 4 years, and it's equating time spent in training, time off. All this information has been compiled in this report, and it's full of data, and it supports the need that we need to have another deputy or keep our staffing levels at least the same for right now, and then add again next year based on projections. So, I mean, the data is here. I don't know what else to say to support that.
I think the variable is the budget increases.
Sure, of course. I understand
staffing
completely.
needs aside, ultimately, the one thing we couldn't anticipate is a 10%.
I understand.
Budget increase.
And I don't have any
and
control
so and that's not on you. This is, but presented with two choices, this is where we have to balance the interests of the budget. What concerns me is staffing this position, having these needs, and then next year getting another 9% budget increase, watching how uncomfortable it is for all parties involved to try and figure out what the heck just happened, and then trying to figure out a solution to that.
Sure.
And so, I'd like to have a little bit more intel in terms of the Marblehead opening, what next year's budget looks like, because frankly, if it comes back and there's a minimal budget increase next year, I think that could be a pretty comfortable decision. But if it's another 10% cost increase, are we just going to keep adding deputies? I mean, how do we, at what point do the cost increases affect what we do?
Yeah.
I mean, because there has to be a middle ground. There has to be a point of harmony.
And that's where I think we agree 100%, Tim, is that, at what point are we going to say enough is enough with the percentage increase in our contract? Unfortunately for the five of us up here, we didn't agree to go to the Orange County Sheriff's Department. That decision was made for us 20 years ago. So aside from just making a skeleton police department and scaling down every year, year after year, which we're only doing this to the sheriff's department. We're not doing this to any other department in the city.
That's not true.
Okay, well, show me two other positions.
That's not
we've
true.
cut.
We have positions we've vacated. We just cut 2 positions from our city staff.
They've been
in
frozen
this
since
meeting.
2007.
But we've had frozen positions for years. If you don't think we haven't gone lean in every department, you haven't been paying attention to the budget cycles, Chris.
Maybe I haven't been paying attention.
And
Okay, let's wrap it up, yeah.
I don't agree.
And
I don't think we're balancing this budget on the back of the sheriff's department.
I don't think so either. I think we're just cutting positions.
No, but that's exactly what you're saying. You're saying that everything else is fat and happy, but the sheriff's department is lean.
No, I think you're putting my words in my mouth.
Okay, then tell me exactly what you mean, because I want to understand that.
What I'm telling you is, in our mission statement, the number one priority is safety, and every year we continually cut safety positions. In the city of San
Okay,
Clemente.
well,
That's what I'm saying.
Every
So
year
when
since
are we
what,
gonna get
last
along?
year?
Since last year, 2 years in a row.
Okay, well but every year we've been presenting with large budget increases. So at what
So
point,
let's create a solution instead of continually cutting the sheriff's department.
by adding more deputies every year?
Or some other solution, because we're just going to continue on this road and have this discussion year after year.
And I think it's important to note, I hear all the council's discussion, is one of the things that I totally am in tune with is solutions. And the sheriff's department's in a tough spot because pension increases are going up, and that's a major contributor to our increases. I think it's going to be a point in time for all cities, and they're all thinking it now, is how to deliver police services in a different way than the current pattern, because you know, the pension costs for a sworn officer are expensive. And so that's something that I think, from the council's perspective, is something that needs to be looked at and talked about with the Orange County Sheriff Management. You see many police agencies changing the way they deliver services. A good example, we just saw an article with a police department that actually now is having healthcare technicians ride with the officers to offset homeless costs. So it's not necessarily bringing another sworn in to deal with homeless, it's looking at different ways to provide better services. So those are the types of things that I think we have to start thinking about and recommending to the sheriff's department, because you know, the pensions aren't going to go away, and those increases are going to continue to grow, especially if raises are given. And so it puts the cities in a very tough spot. I mean, no question. But to 2 points, I think we can be prepared to come back in January with data, and we can provide a better fiscal report. One of the things that I kind of want to stress is our 5-year projection of a positive operating position. This plays very heavily into that, because by adding another officer, we'll most likely have a negative operating position in the next 5 years. So there are a lot of factors that play into this, and I know it's not an easy subject because I don't want dollars to dictate safety. I think we're providing a proposed budget while we're incorporating a number of options to help with safety. You'll be dealing with a couple of code enforcement decision packages to help offset some of those public safety issues that council has raised as well. So it's, it's the broken window theory, all of us working together to maintain the glass not breaking. But your point is well taken.
Let me just close it up with one thing, Tim, and I know Laura wants to move on from this item, but my concern one is exactly what Eric said. He's discussing adding an officer. We have not discussed adding an officer since I've been on city council, so let's just make that clear.
I apologize,
The second issue is,
refunding.
Tim, I don't enjoy having this rebuttal with you and Bob every year when we go through this issue, but the point is you guys have an issue with this every year, and I somewhat agree with you, but we never present solutions. And so we're just going to continue down this road every single year talking about pie-in-the-sky solutions instead of actually addressing the problem, which is the fact that the sheriff's department continually comes back with too high of an increase that we're not comfortable with. So let's talk about solutions and solve the problem instead of continually doing this dance that we do every year. And next year when it comes back, we'll cut another position, and then another position, another position. So let's talk about solutions.
I think the solution is for them to come back with lower increases. That's the solution.
So how do we do that?
Oh, well, to that point, are we done with this?
All I'm saying is
would
I
like to
support
say-
adding a deputy mid-year if the numbers justify it. That's all I'm saying. I'm support filling one of these positions mid-year if the numbers justify it. I just want to confirm that decision with actual data. That's all I'm saying.
And I'd keep both positions alive for discussion in January. But on a different note, is there any role for council members at the county level? For example, this new substation, it makes me crazy that a city like us is carrying even a penny of that cost because we have our own substation right here. So we're kind of getting double dipped. Is there anything, that a council member or a couple council members could do to get some of these things that, don't directly translate to benefits for our citizens handled? and James, I'm looking at you because I know you sat in at some city manager summit on this topic. Did you see any avenue for people like us to either write letters, meet with the sheriff?
I think we can always go through that political route. I think Supervisor Bartlett is open to suggestions. I think one of the themes that she presented at the last meeting I attended was about how many different options the Sheriff's Department offers to us and how many different options we're able to take advantage to tailor their services to our specific city. And I think to Councilman Baker's point, you know, he has an idea of summer staffing levels increasing versus the winter, but yet the Sheriff's Department doesn't seem to be responsive to that. This is the model that we present, this is how we do business. So you hear it from the politicians that they're open to suggestions, that there's solutions, that you can base it on your community, but the department, and this isn't against Lieutenant Moody, because I think it's more of his superiors, this is our model, this is how we do it, this is how you're going to take it, San Clemente.
Well, and I guess what I'm saying is, and I'm not volunteering you, Bob, but if Bob spoke directly to somebody up the food chain, would that make a difference? And then also, on this matter of the new substation, I'm watching Irvine get all of these great deals from the county. They're getting a special deal on their library, they're getting a special deal on their fire, potentially. Is there a way for us to say, no, we don't want to participate in this new substation expansion and we want to credit back?
We're not supposed to be participating in the substation.
Yes, to James's point, the majority of the costs for the new substation are being passed on to cities without substations. There are small percentages of some overhead costs, and I'm going to give examples of payroll processing, a little bit of payroll processing, or better yet, and I may ask Moody, this set team that was deployed at Aliso Viejo that we incurred a percentage of their cost is now being deployed out of this substation. So the cost is the same, it's just being moved to the substation. But I can tell you from the estimates or from the numbers that we've seen, we are not being hit with a heavy charge for that new substation.
Because in the original plus 9.5 we were.
That's correct.
Okay, so that's been managed.
That's part of that full-time, the FTB, Field Training Bureau, that has been rectified by the county in terms of changing those charges and mitigating them.
Or another idea, in some realities, they give you like a 5-year commitment, so it's going to be +3, +4, +5, +6, or +3, +4, -2, flat.
That would be so helpful.
That would be fantastic.
I mean, even a 5-year commitment would allow us to be able to say, oh, okay, then this makes sense, or we could make these decisions. But it feels like year over year, we don't want to open the email, look at it and just see, hey, what good news or bad news? It's too unsettling, frankly.
Anyway, you get the point. If there's a role for the council to speak outside of you having to defend your staffing plan, I'm willing to do something. So just let us know what it is.
And there's a lot of other city council members in other cities that are saying the same thing you are. So, I mean, maybe we should just start where we get a rep from every one of them. I know, James, you got together with the other city managers and talked about this, but maybe we need to take it farther because we're all having trouble staffing. I heard from all of them, they're shell-shocked over what their sheriff's contract is, and they're worried about how they're going to fund it. So,
I think all the cities are concerned with it, but the problem is forming your own police department, the alternative, is so costly. Trying to find a jail site, trying to get the equipment, the liability insurance, et cetera. The Sheriff's Department is a good deal, but there are increases on a year-to-year basis of 5.85% last year. If we add the officer and add the crime prevention specialist, we're at another 5.5% increase this year, 5.5–6% increase this year. They are a great deal, but they don't have, they're not finding us solutions. 6% every year is not the way to do business. Our costs here at the city are not going up 6% across the board. So I have trouble understanding how their costs keep going up at 6% when ours aren't going up 6%, and how to justify cutting services to take care of their increases.
6% year over year will almost get us doubled in another, what, 11 years?
7.
Is it 7? That's a pretty serious reality, and you know, like I think the sheriff's the way to go. I think adding a deputy chief could be the way to go. I just think we need to be very measured in our approach, and also it'd be nice to have a little bit of a crystal ball to know what next year is going to show up with. Because if it shows up with a 2% or a 1% or even a flat, that's great. That gives us options where we don't have them right now.
Our OCFA contract has a cap. The OCSD contract does not have a cap.
So what is, Tim, what is your recommendation then?
My recommendation is to revisit our budget for police services mid-year, and particularly in recognition of the data that Chief Moody is collecting, that we really take a strong look at, with the opening of the Marblehead project, after all these visitors come to town, with the new homes coming along, all the different circulation elements, that we take a look at it and see if, because what happens if we revisit this and if we don't revisit this this year, the next time we make a decision is going to be next May, to take effect in June, which is almost 9 months after the Marblehead outlet opens. And so I'd like to maybe just mid-year to affirm that, hey, things are looking good, or we need some help, and make that decision sooner rather than waiting a full year to do that.
So just so we can lay down some dates with it, have a report in January to reinstate a position in March?
Looking at what the data tells us about putting a Deputy 2 into place.
I would say take this slide and revisit it. Keep them both open at this point, and then give the lieutenant the flexibility to,
okay. So January, we're going to revisit this.
Chief, can you think we'll have some
reinstate for March?
I mean, can we compile enough data for us to be able to revisit that decision to come at that time?
Sure. I mean, we'll be able to see an upward trend or downward one way or the other. Sure. We should have some data.
I guess all I'm saying is that what we're going to be doing is just a little mini budget meeting in January regarding police services. We do the quarterly reviews anyways, but this one is specific, and we're all on the same page, so that nobody's surprised, nobody's unaware. We're all on the same page. We know what we're doing it for.
I look forward to this heated discussion next year about cutting another position. Yeah, well, I meant the year after. Yeah, I do have another budget to go through. Yeah, so.
Can I also point out, I'm not sure what the contractual limitations might be. It may not be as easy as just calling them up and saying we're adding it. I mean, we have a one-year contract with OCSD.
So they'll include that in the discussion then, yeah.
Right, so I may.
So if there's a trigger point that needs to be a month earlier or something.
Right, how will we address this? If council did want to do it, do we have to put something in the contract now to allow us the option to do that third quarter?
I know the modification can be made, but yeah, I don't know how much leeway we need to have in order to do that, so I'll check on that.
You know, in worst cases, they hit the ground running at the next contract because it's all, you know, agreed and funded.
We'll continue that discussion about how we'll do it, what the mechanics will be.
Okay. Thanks, Chief.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get to the city council decision packages. Just really quick, I've provided the council with an updated sheet on your in front of you. And just to let you know that if you look, the bolded numbers on your sheet are different than the ones that were in your budget book. These are positions that had some refined costs, so we updated them. So this sheet provides the update. And so what I planned on doing, just for the sake of time and efficiency, is I'm going to bring up the first category of council decision packages, the operating general fund, and I'm going to look for council direction as to which ones you'd like to see in the budget and which ones you want to call up to have questions addressed, or which ones you do not want in the budget. And so I'll kind of leave it up to the council, but I'll just start off. You have all the detail in your budget book as to each of the decision packages, but I'll start just calling them off and looking for kind of a consensus that we can then put in the proposed budget and bring back at the hearing. So the first one, in operating position, we have the Good Neighbor funding, which we're showing these are new dollars, the $8,000, in addition to the ongoing funding that we've done in previous years. And remember, these are something that the Human Affairs Committee vet and review and provide recommendations to the council, again, which is in your decision package detail.
Does it say good neighbor funding? I'm having trouble finding it.
The very first yellow sheet.
I'm looking at it, but I don't see anything that says good neighbor. I don't see it. Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, because I was looking for a line item on it, like. Well, he's helping, he's babysitting me over here.
So with that, if there's any council discussion, otherwise, if it's something that you would like to go ahead and incorporate into the budget or pull it for further discussion.
I got to say one thing about this. We talked for hours and hours about this last year, and I'm glad that the Human Affairs Committee and city staff has come up with this package and done all the heavy lifting for us. So I'm good with all these numbers.
I'm good with them too, and I just wanted to point out that for three new programs to be added in, that's a significant change because during the dark days of the recession, we were kind of sticking to the proven performers. So it's good to see the San Clemente Village Senior Program. It's good to see Wellness and Prevention Program and the Illumination Foundation Mobile. And for those of you that spoke on Wellness and Prevention, to be new into the program is a big accomplishment. So stick with us and show us what you've got, and maybe we can do better even next year. But we're glad to include you in the portfolio.
Are we voting on the on-call emergency staffing or just good neighbor right now?
We're just doing good neighbor.
Okay, then do we need to make motions on each of these?
If I can just we're looking to just get consensus if the council is okay.
Is there any opposition to this?
Straw votes, I'm
Just
fine.
any opposition?
No.
No opposition.
Okay. So the next one is the Lucidity CMMS Administrator. We're requesting a new position. Keep in mind, we have 30% budgeted in general fund and 70% funded in the utilities funds, which is a separate slide that we'll get to later. Based on Lucidity going live, Public Works feels strongly that they need an administrator to maintain this program.
I'm 100% behind all of the next four. So.
Okay, so the next four being...
My only question is about the building division on-call emergency staffing.
Okay, so let's deal with Lucidity code as being yes.
Is this an ongoing, is this a one-time position or ongoing?
Both of these which ones are you referring to?
Lucidity Administrator.
Lucidity is an ongoing position.
Okay.
As well as the code compliance.
Okay.
Okay, so we've got those. So we have a question on the building division on-call emergency staffing.
And just one piece of direction on the code compliance. We've talked about this in the context of some, the new activity in town. If this is another place where we're burning people out because there's too much to do and too few people, at least let us know if you think that's something that needs to be considered. Because that's one of the things during the recession where it was just Brent took it all.
So
But he's still here.
Yeah, he's still here.
He's still standing.
So with that, I'll bring up Mike Jorgensen to address any questions Councilmember Brown has with regards to the building division.
So the on-call emergency staffing, I guess what I'm trying to, this is one that first I reviewed it and I didn't have any questions. I reviewed it, I'm like, I just want to know what the benefit to the city is. How does the city benefit from this? Because if it's costing us, after our assistant, 10 to 12 times annually, what do we do right now on those 10 to 12 times versus what we'll have after this? And is it worth $15,000 or $12,000? Mike, that's the question.
I think that is the question that you have to answer.
Mm-hmm.
The real question is the emergency response, the way we currently do it, either required or really is it critical? Or you can ask the question, might there be another way to do it? I mean, should we be being called out on some of these calls at all? I mean, that's maybe your question. What's happening now is, and it's been the practice for decades, and I think this has been this way since before we had before we had sheriff and before we had OCFA, when we had our own police and our own fire department, it's been going on for decades. When things happen in the middle of the night or on a Sunday afternoon, and they think they need some extra set of eyes to look at something, they call out, they want to get a hold of a building inspector. Building inspectors, we don't have people that are paid to be on call. So there's this dysfunctional process where an OCFA or a sheriff department dispatcher they have a list of names, and they start calling people on this list. Well, can we get a hold of Bill? Can we get a hold of Joe? We call them at home. We call them on cell phones. And face it, they're not paid to be on call. What happens is they generally don't pick up. I can tell you who generally ends up getting the call is
you.
I draw the short straw, and I get woken up. I get woken up at 2 o'clock in the morning, or I get called out in the middle of the Super Bowl or something because Junior took the family van and drove it through the sliding glass door at his house, and somebody wants somebody to look at something. I probably get called out, like I say, 10, 12 times a year. I think once in the 13 years that I've been here, has it really been something that, man, we really should not let anybody in this building. Often it's some guy who had a little too much to drink, hits the storefront glass window at the liquor store, and you know, the fire department calls me out to look at the building to make sure it's not gonna fall down. And it's like I usually look at them and go, really, guys? But the point is, if we are part of an emergency response system, if the city desires us to be part of it, then we ought to have in my opinion, there ought to be a more foolproof system in place so that if we're part of an emergency response, there's a guaranteed response. Right now, we don't have a guaranteed response. When I've been on vacation, I've been in Florida, I've been in Hawaii, I've had my cell phone go off and they're trying to get me to come out and look at a response call because they can't get anybody else, and I'm getting calls when I'm on vacation. So obviously, if it's really a critical emergency response, that system doesn't work. And so the only way it would really work is if we just always, each week, you know, somebody's on call this week, somebody's on call the next week. It doesn't happen often, but you would be guaranteed a response.
I think we need to contemplate whether or not this is necessary. I think that I would rather us maybe look at, I mean, we have code compliance officers that, you know, could potentially do an evaluation of, you know, structural issues or whatever the case may be, and then have the ability to pay overtime or whatever the case may be if we need to call somebody out. But I just don't know if using it 10 to 12 times annually, and most of the time it's not even really that important, if it's worth that kind of investment. This is money I'd rather spend elsewhere, or even having, you know, something else that we would develop. Setting a picture of a building would be even more efficient than this.
How does the pay work now? When you get called out, it's just...
Well, I don't get paid at all. I mean,
okay.
I don't get paid overtime to do anything. So, honestly, I will tell you, I mean, personally, I find it very stressful because every night I put my head on the pillow, and honestly, the last thing I think about is, well, I wonder if I'm going to get woken up tonight. Even a firefighter, when they're on call, they're on call. When they're not on call, they're not on call. They're off. So I mean, it's just kind of dysfunctional. Now, you know, I think even James and I have talked briefly about, is it possible to have a discussion with you know, fire department personnel, and just you make it clear that, you know, I've tried to make it clear, fellas, unless you really believe this building is in imminent danger of falling down, this can probably be dealt with during the next business day when we're out there.
I think we just need to maybe improve our fire contract.
Let's, we've got somebody from engineering on call all the time.
No. I mean, you have like public works maintenance people, and you know, if our street lights go out, if our sewer treatment plant stops working, those people are on call.
Can we give them an hour's training and have this be a collateral duty?
I just don't...
Too much liability, okay.
I just don't think this is necessary for our city.
So it could be a direction to the fire department that, hey, tag this.
Send an email, we'll look at it on Monday morning.
And a building inspector will be there tomorrow,
Yeah.
well, or the next day.
We'll be there next business day.
I mean, that doesn't help on the weekend, obviously.
Well, can we ask Mr. Jorgensen? Oh,
Yeah.
Go ahead, Lori.
I was
Go
gonna
ahead.
say, I think we're going down the same path. You don't ask for much, so if Mr. Jorgensen is asking for this.
Well, that's kind of where I am, exactly, except Mike, can we do this next year, and can you have a little more communication with the fire department officially? Maybe the city manager can help you out and see if we can get this done better, so you only get called out once next year instead of 12 times?
I think we could certainly pursue that discussion. I mean, and you know, Mayor Ham, you probably know better than I, but I mean, I think firefighters go through a certain amount of structural training. They understand what makes a building stand up and what makes a building fall down, because they don't want to be standing on a building that's going to fall down either. There's a certain, they're fairly smart guys when it comes to that. So I think often, all we need to do is authorize a battalion chief or something, if he feels it's necessary to put a red tag on a building until Monday morning, give him the authority to do so.
I think Chief Hill could probably speak to this. I don't think they want to take on the
liability.
CYA on that.
That's what I'm thinking.
Chief, you want to comment to that?
I think they don't want to make the decision, and that's why they're calling
Before
the
we
building
eliminate this
official.
completely, because I think that's what Tim's going to recommend. I have another idea that we can.
Well, we also have a new planning director who may have some, a community development director, excuse me,
Chief,
sorry
what do you
about
think
that.
about battalion chiefs or captains taking on the responsibility?
So
of voting for this?
the issue, every time there's a structure fire, we call out the building department, regardless of what city we're in. Now, sometimes it's not necessarily as easy as just, well, the building's going to fall down. That determination, I think, is pretty apparent. It's when you have maybe a smaller fire that damaged parts of a structure, and the family wants to go back in. It's their property, and we're releasing the property back to them. But we don't know the integrity of that structure. So it's the residents that want to get back into their house and are demanding to have their property back and want to go back in there and live in there. So that's where the question comes in. And so it truly is a liability thing on the fire department, and we don't feel comfortable, and that's when we look to the expertise of the building department to make that call on whether that family can go live in that house that night. So now, in the interest of the building departments and the different cities that I've worked in, and even the county, unincorporated areas, we'll make call outs for the building departments, and they'll just say, we're not responding. We'll be there Monday. So when it's
You tell the people that, you just communicate that.
we just communicate that to people, and we'll just tape off the house and say that they can't enter. But it's not official, and we'd like it to be official from the building department. So.
Well, if you tape it off and they go back in, then it's on them.
Typically, then we punt it over to the sheriff's department.
Okay.
And we'll say that we've told them they can't go back in. If you can patrol it and just keep an eye on it, they've been directed to not go back into the house.
I think that. Frankly, I think that's, I'm completely fine with that outcome, but maybe we need to look at this next year and get a little more study on it. But
Well, one of the things I was thinking in there, because $12,000. Mr. Jorgensen, I hope I'm not cutting you in half here, but one of my thoughts is we select 3 employees. Mr. Jorgensen, I'm sure, has 3 good names. We cut this number in half, and we just give them $2,000 apiece, and they set up the schedule to be 2 months is Jorgensen, 2 months is Holloway's replacement, 2 months is Bill, and if they have a vacation during that time, they can just make a phone call, hey, can you cover me for this weekend?
why don't you just have Bob do it? He'll do it for a third.
So that way we have coverage, and then Mr. Jorgensen come back next year. Because here's my thought, Tim. The residents of San Clemente deserve a certain level of service in everything that we do. And so, yeah, I mean, think about tomorrow, Heather's cooking, and she burns the kitchen down. And now I respond, I go, Tim, you can't go back in there till Monday.
Well, I go stay in a hotel because my insurance is going to pay for it.
I know, but wouldn't you like to go in and get your clothes for your daughters and do all these things? And
I think it might be better.
I'm going to
go
support
ahead.
this, by the way.
Okay,
I'm
so
supporting the recommendation.
$12,000 for something that is of very minimal benefit to our residents.
I think
that's at 10 to 12 times annually, and most of the time it doesn't even help.
Well, how many of those do you red tag, you think, Mike?
I think that's happened once in 13 years.
Really?
So it's really the fire
So
department.
you're not red tagging them?
No. There's one time I went out and the building was, if it's a fire, the fire is usually you can't occupy them.
Yeah.
But honestly, it's interesting that we don't often get calls out for fires. I get the daily fire reports that show what happened the day before, and it's always interesting, but we don't get called out on fires. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. It's usually the accident of choice in San Clemente is vehicles versus building. That's the accident of choice.
I think this is an old practice that happened when San Clemente had 15,000 people, when everyone lived in town and they could do this.
And
This is
somebody
a
would
different
run out.
community. It's of no tangible benefit to our residents. Frankly, an overnight hotel stay would cost a resident $200 as opposed to the city $12,000. I'd prefer that we just simply do away with the practice and move on.
But then we need to come up with some policy that says to
Next business
Mike
day.
that you aren't gonna have to go out at night unless it's really,
We just tell the fire
they
department.
really think it's gonna fall down. But
Next business
we'll
day.
see it the next business day, you know.
Well, let's ask Mr. Jorgensen to bring this back next year to work with the Sheriff's Department, see if we can get it done and then bring it back next year. Would you do that, Mike? Is that?
We could absolutely
But,
have
but
those conversations.
I'd like him to tell him not to call him anymore.
Yeah, 'cause I don't
Well,
want him-
exactly. I
don't
mean,
want
that's
him
the
going out
conversation.
At night.
James, you got something to say about?
No, that's the conversation that we'll have with fire and police, is exactly what protocol, what we should get called out on, what we might not need to be called out on.
And in the meantime, though, I'm a real fan for aces in places, and Jorgensen is an ace, and so we want to make sure he gets a good night's sleep. So, so seriously.
We will have a serious conversation with the sheriffs and with the fire department, and we'll figure this out.
But this is one of those zombie practices that just kind of keep meandering on because no one's ever said, why are we doing this? This is exactly the type of thing, the recognition we need to just give these things and ask. Just because we did it for 30 years doesn't mean it brought any benefit to the residents. So I'm glad you brought it to light.
Okay, so that'll conclude, thank you, Mike, thank you, Chief Abel. That'll bring us to the one-time general fund decision packages. So the first one is the additional Downtown Business Association support of $20,400. Just to make the point that in the previous slides, we indicated that we put $38,000 for the DBA. Based on council direction last year during a budget adoption, there was a direction to start to, I'm going to say, wean off a little bit the dollar amount. So what we put in the proposed budget was a 5% reduction from the previous year for the DBA. However, in my discussions with Christina Carbonara, her original request was for a larger amount, so this difference is put in front of you for deliberation. Any council?
Yeah, I'm not supportive at all.
Okay.
I gave this direction when I came on council 5 years ago to start to keep doing that, and I don't think we ought to digress off that path. I think that we've given plenty of notice as to what's going on, and we need to continue to walk down this path.
And I will point out too, just so for full disclosure, we also have put $25,000 in Randy Little's budget for maintenance to address both benches and bulb outs on Del Mar. We've had a lot of issues with the maintenance of the benches that we currently have, and so we want to look at doing some of that. So that money too, just for disclosure, will also benefit the downtown DBA as well.
And I'd also like to add the the transit circulator into the conversation. And who's our liaison with the DBA?
Cliff Jones?
Oh, okay. Anyway, make sure they know that that's going to be an opportunity to, kind of liven Del Mar.
Okay, so I'm getting understood. Are there any other council directions on this? Otherwise, I'm
The only other thing I want to point out is that I think it was 2 years ago when we asked the DBA to come and actually give a presentation on, when they ask for funds, especially over the allotted amount, why they're asking for those funds. And at least, I think last year, at least we got an email.
Yes,
I don't recall getting an email this year.
And so they do plan on coming to the public hearing and communicating, which will be next week. The information that they've given is the standard, the glitz, the car show, and
Eric, I appreciate you talking for them, but
Understood.
The point is they're not here to discuss it, so thanks. Okay.
So we'll put that aside. The next one is the general fund fee update. This was something that we talked about at the LTFP in terms of looking at all of our fees and making sure our fees are accurate and full cost recovery. So we've added this in for a decision package, so I would seek council's direction on this.
Now, we did the last review in '08, but it wasn't implemented until '09, '10, right?
I believe that's correct.
Right, so the fees we've had in place have been for 5 years, and have they been increasing year over year as well?
Some, I'm going to look at Judy, some of them do have a CPI escalator, some of them do not.
Okay.
So some have updated, but most have not.
I've got a question about this. We just spent a lot of money to hire somebody to do Lucity full-time and manage that. To me, this seems like this is a package that should wait until next year when we've got all the data into Lucity that tells us exactly what these things cost in hours, how long they take, to me, we we can get that more accurately
We could evaluate
in a
it
year
better with the
with
Lucidity.
Lucidity. That's just what it seems like to me.
I would-
Correct me if I'm wrong, please.
I would agree with that, but I'd also explore the idea of listen, unless practices have changed incredibly over the past 5 years, you could apply a simple CPI calculation on a lot of the fees that are static and that are standing and come up with a number that may be more true. I guess spending $50,000 to understand that would be, it's a lot. I wonder if there isn't a different way to engineer.
Can we hear from
Oh, hey,
Mr.
now,
Lucidi
yes, of
himself,
course.
please? Thank you, Ken.
Just to clarify, Lucidi is a public works software for tracking of public works assets related to corrective and preventative maintenance. It really doesn't merge with the general fund fee. It's more related to asset management than it is to land use planning, I would say. So
We just thought it was so incredible it did everything, you know.
In
You
any
oversold
event,
it, bro.
It is scalable. There are other workflows that can be input in there, but it really is the foundations for public works.
In any event, let's move it over a year.
And yes, and I'm fine with that. And to Councilmember Brown's point, any of the, I'm going to say the low-hanging fruit that we know could have a CPI, we would bring it back to council to get that approval and bring that back in the meantime.
Although, and I will say with the community development director being here, this is an area that she should get to know because that seems to be where the biggest gaps were historically and where the easiest lapses are.
We had a few weird things that came out of the last report
Yeah.
too. So it was, this is an important one, but I think it's something better for next year.
Okay. The next one, this is a discussion that's been an ongoing discussion. We talked about this at the LTFP, doing a needs assessment feasibility study for bringing all employees under one roof. And so tonight we have put in front of you a $50,000 decision package to hire somebody to basically assess our space needs and tell us what footprint would work for all of the existing city employees.
And I'm going to go first on this. No way. I mean, let's just pull up the study that was done way back. There was a very expensive study done like in 2008. Let's all read it and then.
it still applies?
Yeah, because I wasn't involved in the city at all, but I remember reading in the newspaper that, a very aggressive study was done.
The problem with doing that is that study was based on moving the police department out there, which colored the whole thing, made the entire gist of it unworkable. I mean, that's, and nobody else, I think I'm number one on the consultant bad list, but I think this is a worthwhile expenditure. I think it's important that we do this because the other study was so different. The other study looked at so many other things. And if we're going to actually talk about moving City Hall, then we need to find out this information. I think this is
Well, I don't think we
essential.
need to be having the conversation at all. I think, so I'd put it off. So that's,
Well, my other concern, Lori, too, is about that one is that was all solely based on the Negocio property. Specifically, it didn't talk about just generally the idea of combining all city services, whereas this is a general combination.
I thought it did. I'm sorry, I thought that study did contemplate relocating City Hall to Negocio.
That's exactly my point. It's specific to just
and
that one
building a
idea.
new city hall, and no, there were three different options. 9? There were 9, okay. Well, so,
And they
okay.
all.
So why don't we all get a copy of it, and then we'll
Review.
talk about this next year?
The other thing I want to point out is we're still saddled with the police. Even if we do a study, we still have to deal with that. How is it going to be any different than what we just did?
Well, the option is that we keep the police here.
Okay.
This floor of the building gets redone, rented out, tenant improvements. Everybody moves out to Negocio, and we rent this out. The reason we have to do this is because we have specifically targeted ourselves to get out of the real estate business out there if we're going to move out there. So those leases are coming to an end in 2017. So we got to either do something or not do something.
There is a fair point. We are gaining quite a bit of rental revenue that potentially could service something like this. And frankly, I want to figure this out because I like long-term leases. I like making money. I like the real estate business. I think the city of San Clemente's benefited wildly from our real estate speculation. And so I'd like to continue to be real estate centric,
We'll still be in the real estate business in this building. That's what That's what I'm talking about. But we need to find out whether this works or not. If it works, we're going to have to decide whether we're going to do it or not. If it doesn't work, we're done with it.
Well, and you know, I agree
And
with
I
you,
think
Bob,
it's a-
but from a different angle. I think it's a square peg and a round hole with Negocio, but I agree we need to see if it works.
Well,
So,
one
It
other,
looks like you've got 4. I'm a 1 no on this one.
but one other issue is, we have a lot of deferred maintenance. If we don't start making a decision soon on what we're doing, we have 2 sites that are going downhill. So I would really like to pursue, if you think that's what we need to do. But I have one question, is why is every study we do 50,000?
yeah.
Are we just?
We did one for 300 a couple of years ago.
Eric's cousin has a study.
I'm so glad you
business,
asked that
so-
question.
No, these are estimates, and we don't want to do another study that's $1 million in terms of the past. So we want to be cost conscientious and try to find a consultant that does it. So these are estimates. We haven't received any proposals that do this, but we want.
I would certainly.
I really want to see the scope of work then, because common sense can tell us what the options are. I just don't see that we
And
need a
maybe our
time and motion
employees.
expert to help us with this.
I
so.
think that you can certainly take as a base for whatever is done is to ask them to validate the previous study and build on that, as opposed to re-engineering the entire product.
That, and I think maybe I'm also hearing if maybe there's a will, before we go out for a solicitation of an RFP with regards to the scope, we come back to the council so that they can see that scope before we put it out on the street, so our interests are on the same page of the council's.
Thank you.
The next one is a mitigation fee study. Yes, this is $50,000 as well. This is to look at a couple of mitigation fees that we would like to address and update to make sure that they're current.
Okay.
I'm getting a sense of that's okay.
Apparently, we need it.
Yes,
so.
sir.
Is your cousin
Okay.
running that study too?
No, no, he does not. Beach Trail Bridges recoding CIP for $150,000. I have
Do
a
it
yes.
tomorrow.
Yes, do it tomorrow.
Yeah, this is a no-brainer. This is going to get done ASAP.
Yep.
Okay.
And while we're on this topic, Mr. Little, what's going on out there with the rust spots that were supposedly being fixed last year?
Those were tests last year.
Gotcha.
I wasn't here, but I checked into it for you. Those are just test spots.
We have an awful lot of test rust spots out there. I think we've done enough rust testing, so.
Yes, we have.
Okay, perfect.
So you're saying that metal rusts in a marine environment? That's just amazing. I tell you, that's why they put us on council.
Okay, the next one we have is the citywide tree inventory for $80,000.
I, for one, I'm not going to be involved with counting trees when we just cut another officer position. I'm sorry, just not going to do it. So.
I asked the same question of the city manager, and he gave me a couple
trees
of.
a lot more than I love cops, but I'm not going to vote trees over cops. Not going to happen.
The basis of the inventory is the first step in creating an entire urban forest management plan. The inventory is not just counting trees, it's assessing the urban forest. It's evaluating the planting size of every tree in town. We don't know, and I hate to say this, but we don't know if we're maintaining city trees or if we're not maintaining city trees, given the right-of-way. We don't know. We could be maintaining trees that aren't ours, and we could not be maintaining trees that are ours. It's also to gain the overall health of the tree, the location to infrastructure and appurtenances and buildings so that we know if it's the right tree in the right place. It gives us the XY coordinates so we can bring that into Lucity, so we can have a tree management program. It's also great for risk management from a standpoint we can document our inspections, our complaints, our trimming schedule, root pruning, any damages that the tree has caused in the, like I said, it's great for planning. It's a wonderful tool. I've done it in 3 other cities, and it was the first step to a very progressive urban forest management plan. In Santa Monica, we did it, and then it ended up being a 50-year urban forest master plan that became policy the council adopted. So that was the thought process behind it, because we really don't know what we have. It's also good for diversity. We learned with Dutch elm disease, if we have too much of one species and a pest or a pathogen comes into town and destroys it, half of our urban forest is gone. So it helps us in planning on what we're planting with regards to diversity, and also canopy coverage with the urban island heat effect. There's a lot to it. And it's the first step to creating policy and a new
Randy,
tree policy.
Next year, can you meet with Chief Moody and take all this information and present it in the terms of cops and then present that to City Council? Because I think you just sold everybody on the tree thing, except for me. So,
I support what Randy's saying. I think this is more of a luxury, frankly. I think this is a luxury
I think
item.
it's a pushback of your item
You
until
know,
we can
as
talk about
the city's
more
voice on
officers.
JPIA, I'm telling you, this is a really small investment to protect us in the insurance category, so I support your recommendation.
Okay.
Insurance as far as liability for trees?
Yeah, you know, I
Oh,
think I
property
was-
damage, you're
Well,
thinking.
no, the sewers, you know.
That's
if
what I'm
the-
thinking.
Yeah, the roots
Yeah.
get in the sewer pipes,
Right.
and then we end up with
Paying.
exponential insurance premiums. And San Clemente is high on the list because we're an old city in the pool, so.
Well, not only that, Randy, doesn't it help with, we're not really sure what our tree trimmers, the amount of trees they're doing? I mean.
No, we
they
have an
keep track
exact
it, or
amount
we-
of the trees they're doing annually per the contract. We just divided earlier this week, we divided the city into 7 grids because we're on a 7-year cycle, and it was kind of hit and miss and go do this street. Now we have a grid, and we've identified a number of trees and the cycle that they're being trimmed on in preparation for the inventory or not. And it's also a huge deal with water quality because trees, certain trees, let's just take a ficus tree, will retain 10% of a rain event. The first 10% will be retained in the canopy, and it's for urban stormwater runoff. It also, the carbon sequestration in the woody matter and in the leaf surfaces of trees really, really helps in air quality. There's a lot behind this.
Isn't ficus really bad for sidewalks?
Yes,
We
but
don't
they're
wanna
probably the most,
promote
they're
those.
the environmental workhorse of trees. So
They need to be away
given
from
the
the
right
sidewalk.
planting space, they're an excellent tree.
This is also part of the Lucidity program that we, you know, endorsed as a council, and now we've got to walk the walk.
How much was it?
$80,000.
80,000.
We're looking at you too.
Well, I'm going to support it. The city manager sold me on it, and Randy sold me on it, because I was a no when I walked into James's office. So, for all those reasons.
No.
No, I'll support it, because it bothers me if we're maintaining trees that aren't ours. That really bothers me. And then sometimes I think I've looked at trees that aren't being taken care of, and I think they're ours, you know,
Well,
so.
with the current policy, briefly, it has a first line of planting clause in it, which means the first tree from the face of curb toward private property belongs to the city, even if it's out of the right of way. So there's a lot of gray area involved here, and the inventory is going to settle that once and for all, and then we'll rewrite the policy.
So wasn't it in our report that it might actually save us some maintenance costs?
Oh, definitely going to save us some maintenance costs.
Okay.
And long-term management of the forest, we're going to have a much more environmentally effective forest and a lot less infrastructure damage because we'll know what we have, where it's at,
Okay.
and what it's planted in.
All right, I'll support it.
Thank you.
So I'll add that, and we'll move to the next one, which is the Marblehead North El Camino Real Sidewalk CIP. 60% of it, general fund, $160,000.
Is someone going to talk on this? Tom, are you talking on this, speaking on this point? Just to be clear, this is the east side of the road, and it's the portion between where it ends for Short Cliffs and where it will begin at Marblehead.
That's correct. East side or northbound on El Camino
Why
Real.
was that not included in A, the Marblehead project, or B, our ECR project?
So, why it was not included in the Marblehead, as council's aware, the developer will soon start work on El Camino Real, and they will provide a 5 to 6 foot wide sidewalk going from about Estacion at North Beach by the bike shop there, but again, this is on the northbound side, to the end of where the graded bluffs are. And then the street, there's nothing there. And that's what this project would
gap
do.
there.
It would fill that gap between where the sidewalk comes from Camino San Clemente. Now, that wasn't included, as was any street improvements, because Coastal Commission and the permitting, and I don't want to pin it all on them, but basically there was direction or not approval to do anything by that natural bluff section. That's why that's not graded, it's not touched, it was verboten to go
Gotcha.
mess around with that area as part of the development project. But we're in a permitting process with them. We think now, given, you know, a whole lot of other factors that'll be supportive of getting a sidewalk in there, there isn't any vegetation. So this fills a gap because you've seen the trails, you've seen popularity growing on Marblehead Coastal, and I think it'll just scream for a connection there because you're going to put people in a 500-foot section of roadway without sidewalk.
Will this happen at the same time as construction of our El Camino project?
I think we are going to time it together. We'll figure out how to group those projects, but the idea is we've got this Class 1 project coming, and like I told you about Del Rio, we want to minimize the disruption. So depending on the permitting and when we get all that approved, if you approve this project, we would try and do that together.
Does this have to go to coastal? Is that what you were just talking about?
Yes, it does.
Oh, then we should submit. If we want to coordinate with the other project, which we've already submitted that, right?
The
bike
Class
lane
1 bike path has been submitted, and we're providing information to coastal staff. We don't have a hearing date yet. We're not quite there.
Can we add this to that permit?
We purposely, we purposely didn't for two reasons, because we don't have authorization for a project from you yet, so we jumped the gun. But in case, I need to be careful. In case we have issues with the Class 1 with coastal, we didn't want to connect these, and we thought just do two parallel ones, because frankly, after the other day, I don't know what those, I think I'll just stop there. I just don't know. I don't know how to read the tea leaves.
You didn't want to put two projects into one
I just didn't want
just
to
in case.
jeopardize one
Restraint
or the other.
is,
Got it.
I want to have them on their own merits.
become the
and
model of restraint, Tom. That's the most important thing. We shall remain
So that probably was a good idea.
vigilant. And
Well, but mostly, we don't have a project yet. This is before you. Now we don't
Okay.
have authorization
Well,
to do anything.
I'll support the project.
Councilmember Brown did a fantastic job at Coastal Commission.
I
I'm
did
sure
so wonderful.
He can
I
do
got
it
denied
again.
7-0. I was so incredible. Yes. I think this is. Yeah, I believe me. So, but I think this is absolutely necessary, and I'd like to actually somehow, I don't know if it's fast track it, but to get involved so we could benefit from the bidding and the same construction and everything out there at the same time.
Any opposition? Okay.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so the next one under operating other funds, the Lucity CMMS administrator, the other percentage of utility funding, so that one's already been discussed since you've approved it, that is also being approved. The next one is the recycled water specialist limited term. It's going to be out of the water fund, and it's a $99,172 decision package for that position.
This is limited term, 2-3 years?
We haven't determined the range yet. We've typically practiced it to be anywhere between 2 to 4 years. We would work with the utilities department to determine that period of time for recruitment. Just because, it may not be an ongoing need. It may only need to be addressed during a certain period of time for
The
changing that-
retrofits.
Correct, or water conservation and those types of things as the
This
drought.
is not a general, this is a water fund expense.
That is correct.
Is it part of the retrofit budget, or, part of the expansion project fund, or?
I'll defer to Dave Riebensdorf. I believe it's a reaction to the potential drought state emergency.
Oh.
Is that correct?
No, this position was anticipated when we started looking at the expansion of the recycle water
Stand
system.
corrected.
We knew that it was going to be required, and we looked at it as part of the utility staffing analysis, and then we put it into the overall financial model for the program. So it was anticipated. But we're just not sure whether it's going to be needed for a number of years or it's going to continue beyond that.
I apologize.
Yeah, if he does a great job and signs everybody up in the first year, then we can not rehire the person, right?
But there will
Just
still
kidding.
be ongoing.
That was humor. That was humor, sorry.
Yeah, don't.
I'm going to support this. I think I'm going to support
We're going the
this.
wrong direction here.
Yeah. Thanks, Dave.
Then the last one.
Yeah, no
I'm
opposition,
sorry.
right?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
No opposition? Okay, I apologize. The last group, we're almost there, is one-time other funds. So the other portion of the Marblehead, 40% of it coming out of air quality, the $100,000. Based on the council's direction, we'll add that. And then the last one is the cable TV equipment replacement. This is something, a couple of things. Our current TV system that basically produces the live feed and all that stuff is an analog system. It is outdated, needs to be updated very badly. However, there's good news. This is a special revenue fund. We have a franchise agreement that allows us to charge Cox for the fees associated to that. So we'll be beginning that process of charging, and the majority of this project will be offset by that collection of franchise fees.
What's the majority?
The majority is, I think, what have we projected?
Projecting $220,000 a year that we would be collecting from having units implemented, so it would actually probably offset most of this and then give us funding to build up for future years' changes.
We could have Chris be a news anchor, you know, do San Clemente Good Morning or something like that here, you know.
Well, it's only used for capital equipment and capital replacements, so we can't use it.
Relative to like
Makeup
ag.
artist?
Plastic
Take my same
surgery?
salary, so don't worry about that.
Is plastic surgery a capital improvement? You know, Chris is, you know, he's starting his age a little bit here. The mayor position does that to you, you know?
Well, to me, this falls into the same category as why don't we wait and see what happens with our $50,000 study that we talked about for moving City Hall out to Negocio. And if we, instead of putting in digital, all kind of great stuff and then saying, hey, it's a good move, we'll have to unhitch it all and take it out there. I mean, I think it's...
Well, to your point, I completely agree that we would want, we feel that whatever we buy here, if we were to move, would go with us. But we would definitely probably let the feasibility study kind of play a little bit in line before we begin the process of acquiring equipment. But we had talked a little bit, me and Brian, about that, and we do feel comfortable that if we invested in this here, we'd take it with us. And we also have kind of contemplated it would be a couple of years before we actually transition, if we were to transition. And this equipment is in dire need of replacement. But I defer to the council. Just want to give that disclaimer.
This stuff is, especially with the way the digital stuff works now, you can take it anywhere. I mean, it's, you know, the cost is in the equipment, not the installation necessarily. The cables, the runs, the TVs, and everything. It's you know, you can take it. It's like a studio. You can take it anywhere.
No, I get that. I just hate to install it and then uninstall it and then reinstall it. I mean,
I think it'd be pretty minimal. I would approve this as long as it doesn't touch anything in our general fund.
Okay.
I mean, if we can get it paid for out of this special fund, that's fine. Other than that, that also feels like a.
And with the understanding that we're going to wait until this other study comes in and see what direction it's taken us before we go and
That's
write
correct.
checks. Thank you. No?
I think it's okay to proceed without it. You know, this isn't, like I said, this is an investment. It's not taking our special fund. And if we're there, we could still make that investment. It doesn't. Installation, camera mounts are here, wires are run. You know, yanking out equipment and cameras is, I mean, unless I'm missing it, Brian, maybe you can correct me on this, but frankly, the cost of relocating that type of asset is minimal, you know.
That's correct. The bulk of the investment would be the equipment, and once it was installed, it'd be able to be moved. Yeah.
I'm a no on this one.
Okay. So I've got a one
So you
yes,
don't care
one
about.
no.
I'd rather have a cop than a TV.
You can't use this fund.
I know.
It's the,
But
well,
I'm-
okay.
No, I actually, the logic if we're gonna move, I'd rather just wait because technology changes so rapidly, so, but it doesn't matter because I think I'm the only one that's a no.
No, I'm also a no.
I'm okay with it.
Okay, so
Fine
I
with
have 3 yes, 2 no.
The
However,
caveat that I don't want any general fund expenditures.
Understood.
And all the money has to come from the special funds.
Okay. That concludes our decision packages. With a couple of things that I'll make as a side note, there were 2 decision packages that were one-times that we didn't incorporate, and that was the general fee update for $50,000 and the $20,040 for the Downtown Business Association. I know that James as well has had a number of council members talk about additional sidewalks. There is the potential to take that money, that one-time money, and shift it over to generate more sidewalks. I'll throw that out there.
I think that's a great idea.
Can it be earmarked for North Beach?
I would defer to.
Yeah,
I'm just
let's.
saying that
We've
as
got a
in
schedule.
our discussion. It doesn't have to be said right now, but.
Why don't let me look with my staff. We have a number of locations where we could install new sidewalk. I'll pass a recommendation to the city manager to you. We'll have that, I guess, if you need it by your budget hearing. We'll work with what our available funding is, and we'll come up with a top 3 priority or whatever, you know, 3 options. Yeah.
You have a request from the North Beach Business Association or Property Owner Association for sidewalks that are missing in on Boca del not Boca del
La
Canyon.
Playa.
La Playa, thank you.
Yeah.
Boca,
De La
yeah,
Playa,
de la
Boca de
Playa.
Playa.
There's missing sidewalk, and there might be an opportunity to work with the property owner too, but I would like us to,
Well, since we're looking at this, Tom, if we could, you said you're gonna do 3 options. One of those options, I know we've looked at in the past, but if we could relook at it, there's lots of areas around town that have 90% continuous sidewalks, and there's, 2 or 3 pieces that are missing. Maybe we do one sidewalk project that just fills in the gaps, because that to me would be a huge benefit, widespread, as opposed to just a one direct benefit on one street.
that's probably hard to set up.
We'll give it a college try. I heard, potentially looking at North Beach. We'll look at what we got. If there are, real big bang for our bucks by doing a short segment, we have a nice continuous block. We'll see if there's some of those opportunities. And if there's any other criteria we should consider, and come up with maybe top 3 recommendations that you can consider, or you'd like to pick.
Well, Tom, you've done this before. You've ranked, what's next on the list.
So we already have some idea.
Yeah,
For
you got.
example, around Las Palmas, we know there's a lot
Bingo.
of sidewalk. We had at one time put a grant application. So we'll take that all in and give you something concise to consider.
Okay.
And try to figure out how much $70,000, how far it will go and serve the best purpose.
Right.
It's about $12 a linear foot, I think.
I think
It's a lot
it's
more for
important to
project
clarify that I think sidewalks, I mean, potentially looking in the future, I think if we do have other funds that free up from projects either, that come in under budget, other items, I think sidewalk building is a high priority. I think the areas where it's been done and done correctly it's been great for the town. So I would support, I'd support allocating monies that we have like that for that purpose, because I feel like it's money well spent in our city.
Could I ask, in this budget anywhere, with the Coastal Commission decision on the parking lot, there is a scenario where we just don't do the parking lot down at North Beach. Is there money in here next year to do that parking lot? And if so, can we re-divert that to someplace else?
It's in the budget, right? So we
Is
can
it-
discuss that item this evening.
Right.
Can't we?
Correct. Yes, it's developer improvement funds that we were going to fund the completion of the ECR lot. And so,
So it's developer improvement funds, but for, just hypothetically, since we can't seem to find a parking lot that everybody can agree on, could we put that into sidewalks?
Well, yeah, I don't want to even speak hypothetically. I just want to discuss it this evening because it's already in the budget, so it's already been noticed. We can discuss it as a budget item, correct?
Yeah, that's why.
well,
Yeah, so use it hypothetically. Forget hypothetically.
Oh,
Let's
no.
discuss it.
I was wondering, so my
Yeah.
question was, is it in here? And if it is,
Yeah, let's discuss it.
Correct,
'Cause
and,
I think that's a fantastic idea.
what I'm being told is the funding is somewhat limited to North Beach, but that may align with North
But with
Beach sidewalk
Kathy's
improvements.
sidewalks.
Exactly. So what we'll do is we'll work with Tom in incorporating that money into the 1, 2, 3 options and show you what we can do with that.
and how much was it? I can't.
800 grand.
Then you guys
Oh,
are
so-
deciding tonight not to do the parking lot?
No, we're just giving
Well,
direction.
that's what I'm fine.
We don't even have an open application at this point. We withdrew it.
Oh.
Yeah, no,
Well, I've lost my appetite.
Too soon.
It's kind of the
soon.
definition of insanity when you keep beating your head
Yeah.
against the wall and getting the same result.
I agree, but with what
Mike, stop laughing.
with what we know is happening to North Beach and Marblehead, everyone coming down, I don't think we have the luxury of saying we aren't gonna look at parking. I don't know if I'm ready to give up on the
I
parking
don't
lot
think-
yet.
I don't
I know
think-
you don't care about it, but you don't think we need it.
No, I care about it, but in a different way than you do.
I know you're a no.
I have a different perspective than you, Kathy. I think we do need parking, but there's a few people in our community that don't, and they've created a roadblock. So I think it's to Kathy, or to Lori's point.
Well,
we move on. We look at other projects.
Let's
that
take
are
a
gonna be
little
more
bit of
beneficial.
time though and think about it. I don't want to react.
I took
right-
time. I'm ready
Oh,
to go.
what
with
was
Lori.
it? 24 hours?
Yep.
Since the Coastal Commission.
Absolutely.
I'm not ready to.
Well, the problem is we don't have anything in front of the Coastal Commission. We don't have
Here's the
the
deal.
direction we received.
We don't. But
Kathy, we put
the direction you received, I don't even know what it is. I don't have a report yet, and I haven't looked at the tape. So
I've lost
I'm
all
not
my
ready to
I've
give it
lost
up.
all my enthusiasm for the project. I'm fine with allocating.
We've put enough
for
money into
sidewalks.
this parking lot, trying to do the right thing. And we could fund another officer with the money we put into this thing already. And I'm done. I mean, it's simple. If the community doesn't want a parking lot, we don't get a parking lot. Simple.
I don't know that the community
Well, we've
doesn't
got,
want a parking lot.
listen, there's a lot of other things. We have litigation out there, the potential we could have beach parking funds at some point that could, there's other things. You got the beach parking fund, and if somehow we can prevail in that, then we could draw on
Then we
funds and
just
other
throw
things.
a lot of money at that.
then we could put a damn merry-go-round in the corner of it and make everyone happy. But I think that this whole idea of sidewalks in that area, especially in the North Beach area, has real appeal to me, primarily because parking is going to be impacted through those areas. It'd be nice to have, you know, places that if we do have spillover parking, that the residents can walk on sidewalks, have safety, that there could be, you know, some nice, basically some improvements done in that area.
Yeah.
The other thing is, if we're looking at throwing around developer impact fees, that's what.
Developer improvement funds.
Improvement funds. We have principals now with the Miramar that they want to go. So if I do want the sidewalks and everything, but I don't want to just throw a bunch of money
We'll
at this
have
because I
decisions.
want the money to stay in North Beach.
Oh, no, well, this money has to stay in North Beach.
Okay, all right, but I don't want to go crazy. I really want to look at it as a whole.
I want to build sidewalks
and,
everywhere.
You know, just to your point,
I mean,
Kathy,
after yesterday, I think you would.
It's too soon. No,
I
I
know,
just
it
kidding.
is. It is too soon.
to your point about going crazy with it, to Lori and Bob, we've gone crazy with it. We're beating our head against the wall. To Bob's point, we're spending $800,000 in a parking lot. So let's cancel that project. Let's move forward with some other more beneficial projects that the community is going to get behind and build some great things in North Beach.
Well,
So
I
think we have
I
clear
don't know that
direction
the
here.
community's
1, 2,
not
3,
behind it.
4
I know
people
you're not,
Don't
but-
want to move forward with the parking lot.
I'm
We gave
against in
clear
24
direction.
hours making that
I think we
decision.
just can't. I think what we haven't found is clear direction. The community obviously wants something. The council had a different vision for it. Staff had a different. No, there is not a coherent vision for that lot. Absent a coherent vision and something we can all get behind, let's just table it. It seems like everything's just running high on emotion. It's something that frankly has been in dispute for a long time. We've spent an inordinate amount of time on this thing. I would much rather have staff directed in other more productive pursuits. I'd rather have these funds going towards something that isn't controversial, that will actually benefit the community. And then when we get the beach parking fund back, or we don't, or when something comes in the future, we could revisit it and have maybe a different look, sidewalks in place, the roundabout done, and a few other things. And then we can maybe have more data on Only Handsome Beach Club being open and even the Miramar coming. So it feels rash, but ultimately this has probably been a good sign to us that the timing is wrong.
And it's not been rash. This has been a 12-month, 14-month process.
I lost
Okay,
I
well,
lost all my enthusiasm.
I know, I can say I don't have support for it, but I just, with
Yeah.
the Miramar, we really have got to, things are happening right now. We really need to take care of that.
This is
No, it
this
is.
is a real blessing then, because
It
we have
is.
plenty of money to
Okay.
help with that.
So, Tom, I don't want you to have the whole 800,000 for sidewalks.
We are going to pave them in
we
18 karat gold is what we're
I
going
already
to.
said that with Bob's signature.
It's
on
just-
the signature lot.
I just want us to be very careful with
Bob
any
Baker
money that we
Memorial
have to North
Sidewalks.
Beach.
Yep. Okay, so that was clear direction. Eric, James, you heard 4-1. No
Okay.
more beach parking lot.
No more beach parking.
One of
No, that's not what you're hearing. What you're hearing is we are optimistic that the beach parking fund can probably fund it at a date in the
Yes.
future. So there's a safety net in
Absolutely,
place
we're
for
gonna
that.
get
Thank
that
you, Laura,
fund.
for being much more clear.
let's just take some time and,
So
and
for
wait for
right
that
now,
to
let's
resolve.
You
redirect
wait.
the money into
North Beach is
for
gonna take off
sidewalks.
and we're gonna need
Still
more.
4-1, no matter
Okay.
what changes.
One other thing.
Okey doke.
Hold on. One other thing I wanted to raise in the budget. And I think it's important to bring it up now because it will take staff time and it may even cost money, is that, you know, I'd like to at least bring up the idea that we should potentially look at, just with the way the directions the things are going with CUSD, that we could potentially look at staff time dedicated, or at least that we bring up the idea of looking into our own school district for the city of San Clemente. And that we explore that idea, similar to what we're doing with the sheriff's department, with Tri-City, you know, with the 3 cities we did, that I'd like to ask that we, frankly, we allocate a little bit of staff time towards exploring that concept. I'm hopeful that we can figure, you know, that things will get better, and I'm hopeful that we'll continue to, that the trust level will increase, but absent that, our general plan has a caveat for us to explore this, and frankly, I think the time is now. So I don't know if I have support, if we need support, or if city manager needs direction, but I'd love to hear your thoughts on it.
I'd like to hear the city manager's reaction, because I don't know if that's a big ask or a little ask.
Well, why don't you allow us to look into it and see what it would take, see if it's been done in another city and what the model looks like. and bring it back to you. I think we can do that. I think I can have a conversation with the city attorney and research some different things out there and bring it back to you to figure out what the model would look like and how much staff time it would take to pursue that. But I think we can do some basic research without any problem.
And I know, to Tim's point, we have a model right up the street from the beach that has their own school district. So.
Well, they have their own school district, but I think we need to look at another city that is broken away from a school district. And I think we have
Huntington Beach.
Okay, we have a unique situation in that, you know, all of our assets are right here in San Clemente, and they're used by San Clemente residents and not by residents outside of the city. So it's kind of a unique situation. So we'll look into it.
I think it's a unique situation and unique circumstances. And so I think Lori brought this up during our general plan process. At the time, I thought it's pretty prescient. I thought that was a pretty good idea about having the idea. And frankly, I'd just like to get some direction from city staff as to what that would look and feel like. And if it's something that doesn't fit what we do, then it'd be nice to know that.
Okay. Paul?
I'm good. I think it's a wonderful idea. Are we going to go through all the other blue ones?
No, those, we did some, or Judy did some highlights with the department summaries and presented those budget enhancements that were already incorporated into the budget. That's what the blue pages represent. However, if you have any questions to any of those blue pages, we can address those.
I do.
Okay.
Well, we've got a payment processing and utility billing that's going to do some, this is for you, Brian. This is going to do some, allow some people to pay their bills online and such. What phone number is this going to be on? Is this going to be on the main city phone number?
No, this would just be an enhancement to the existing utility billing operation at the utility billing counter. It'd be the same number.
Same number at the utility billing counter, but they're not going to answer the phone anymore. It's going to be automated?
Well, you'd be on hold and you would receive some options while you're on hold, while the customer service representatives are presumably helping other people at the time. You'd be on hold and you'd have some options. If you called during off hours, you'd find out what real business hours were, and you could pay your bill over the phone through an automated interface that wouldn't require a human. There'd always be, this wouldn't take away the option of human interaction, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, I know, but these, you know, we went crazy with these 20 years ago, and we've gone back to, it's so encouraging when a real human answers the phone. It's such a great thing that here in San Clemente we have a real human to answer the phone. It's really, it's nice, and you just don't see that very often when you call anybody about anything. So I don't, is this a giant cost-saving measure? Or?
Brian, I would say one of the things that on payment over phone systems, a lot of the time entering payment data on the phone, I would almost prefer a redirect to our website. Might be, you know, instead of entering credit card or account information on the phone, that they get redirected to website payment protocols. I don't know if that's what you envision, but
this decision package actually represents a collection of services. Part of it is a completely new web interface to make payments. And it includes some other new payment options that the city isn't currently offering its customers that it would then have. And Tom Randina can speak a little bit better to that than I can. But this is really something that the decision package is a package deal. It includes an upgrade to our payment processing system citywide, upgraded websites for payments for utility billing payments, as well as other like recreation-based payments. And it also happens to include an IVR component that will enhance the options when someone dials the phone. But I'll let Tom add to that as well.
Sure. Good evening. The IVR does a few things that we can't do today, which might be really good. It can take payments when we're not here, which right now today you can pay online with a credit card, but you can't pay online directly through the telephone. So if you try and call and you're working in Irvine and you want to make a payment and you can't get here and you can't get to a computer, you can't make a payment today. We won't accept credit cards verbally for the security of the card holder and for the city staff. The other element that might be worth considering is that right now today there's 3 phone lines that come into the city. When all 3 lines are busy, the phone's busy. You don't get a person answering it. It just rings busy. Up until about 10 months ago, we had an IVR system and it failed. And so we unplugged it and we went to a very simple Cox system that doesn't do any queuing. So if you've been waiting to get through and you're on the phone and you're on hold, the next person in gets a busy signal, gets a little bit upset. If he calls in as soon as one of us hangs the phone up, he might be the first one to be through while 2 other people have been sitting on hold for 5 minutes. So there's a lot of elements to the IVR that really would enhance customer service.
All right, I'm going to support this, but I just want us to be careful to not be too automated here. Let's be cognizant of that, please. All right? Thanks.
Absolutely.
I have a question about the laptops from Songs. Can we use those in cross purposes, or do they have to be dedicated, sitting on a rack, nobody uses them until an emergency?
Well, in the past, we've had, these laptops are actually replacements, and we've used those other laptops for other purposes, for training. Typically, they get used for training. We don't take them away from that location.
Got to have them there.
Have to have them there at the EOC, but there's times when we use that same room. I mean, it's during the day, normally it's a break room and a meeting room. We use that as a training room sometimes with those laptops. The decision package is to replace them. The newest ones are 6 years old. The older ones are about 10, so.
Okay, I see the purpose for it. It's just Songs is, they're starting to stage down on a lot of different things there in terms of emergency and other, and not that it matters, we still need to be fully prepared, but I'd just love to see that equipment doesn't sit on a shelf gathering dust if you're gonna, just.
Yeah, I got one more question for you, Brian. This is about the electronic document management system. Is that for stuff that's no longer searchable by the public? Is that like in storage and somebody special has to go get it?
Well, there's different degrees of document storage, and the city clerk might be able to address this, but some documents we have scanned into the system that we still have a physical hard copy of. Other documents, maybe the physical hard copy has been destroyed and it lives only in the electronic system and other backups of that system. If you're referring to the search function.
I am, yes.
The search function would allow the search of the entire system. There's no part of the EDMS system that is offline and inaccessible. It's just cumbersome to make searches. There's different areas of the program. This is an enhancement module to that program that allows the end user to make a search and search the entire system with kind of a more modern, intuitive, like Google type search function.
Okay, all right. Sorry, one more. No, not for you, Brian, for, let's see who did this one. Well, I guess this is you, Tom Vonnegut. The decision package on the 5-year urban water management plan update. Dave. Funding source here is other contractual services. Why isn't this coming out of the Clean Ocean Fund?
This is actually for water. This is looking at our, every 5 years we're required by the state to update our current urban water management plan. And basically what we're telling the state is that we have water available for our customers, where we're getting it from, and to have emergency contingency plans in place, and also conservation programs.
Okay.
So it's a state mandated requirement.
Gotcha. Thank you. I'm done.
Any other questions?
Oral communications part 2, Joanne, we have any cards?
No, sir.
Do I need to open and close it? Or are we good? Good?
Just want to mention the next couple things, budget public hearing on June 2nd at 6 p.m. right here, and then budget adoption on June 16th, also at 6 p.m. And the budget can be found online at this location.
Okay.
Thank you, Judy.
Before you adjourn, yeah, a big thank you to everybody that presented tonight. Big thank you to everybody that we put on the spot and had great questions. So it went very smooth. 8:30. I move that we adjourn to the next regular council meeting, which will be held on May 19th, 2015. The council chamber is located at 100 Avenue, Presidio, San Clemente, California. Closed session items will be considered at 5 p.m. The public business session will commence at 6 p.m.
Second.
Motion by Ham, second by Baker. All's in favor? Aye. Passes 5-0. See you later.